The nightmare always started the same way. Darkness, thick as motor oil pressing down on his chest, the smell of wet earth and blood. Voices speaking in Arabic, words he had learned to understand but wished he never had. Then the pain, always the pain, sharp, deliberate, designed not to kill but to break, to make a man forget who he was, what he believed in, why he had ever thought honor meant something. Colonel Jack Brennan woke at exactly 0300 hours, just like he had every night for the past 31 years. His hand reached automatically for the pistol that was not there anymore, had not been there since 1994, but the muscle memory remained. Some things the body never forgot, no matter how much the mind wanted to. He sat up slowly in the darkness of his Montana bedroom, feeling each of his 54 years in the stiffness of his back, the ache in his left shoulder where the socket had been dislocated so many times during interrogation that it never quite healed right. The ranch house was silent except for the ticking of the old clock his wife had bought at an estate sale 30 years ago. She had been gone 3 years now, taken by cancer that ate through her faster than any enemy bullet ever could have. Sometimes he wondered if the cancer had been his fault too, if the stress of loving a man who never really came home from the war had somehow poisoned her from the inside. Jack stood and walked to the window, bare feet cold on the hardwood floor. Outside, the Montana landscape stretched endlessly under a moon so bright it cast shadows. 60 acres of land that he owned free and clear, paid for with blood money, consultant fees from defense contractors who wanted to know what it was really like, what worked and what did not, when young men were asked to kill other young men in places most Americans could not find on a map. He could see his reflection in the window glass. Still over 6 feet even with the slight stoop age had given him. Hair completely gray now, military short because some habits died harder than others. Face lined and weathered, the face of a man who had spent too much time in the sun and too many nights not sleeping. His eyes were what bothered him most when he looked in mirrors. They were the eyes of someone who had seen things, done things that could not be unseen or undone. The eyes of a killer who had been told it was okay because he wore the right uniform and saluted the right flag. On the dresser, catching moonlight, sat a photograph in a simple wooden frame. 47 men, most of them barely old enough to vote, standing in formation somewhere in the Kuwaiti desert in 1991. Charlie Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines. Jack could name every single one of them without looking, could tell you where each man was from, what his favorite meal was, whether he liked to receive letters from his mother or his girlfriend, could tell you how each one died. Because most of them did die, not all at once, not in some dramatic last stand that made the evening news. They died the way most men died in war. One at a time in places with names that meant nothing to anyone back home. Ambushed on patrol, stepped on a mine, caught in a mortar barrage, shot by a sniper they never saw, died of infected wounds because the medevac could not get through the weather, died in the chaos of Mogadishu in 1993 when a peacekeeping mission turned into urban warfare. Died of fear and exhaustion and the simple mathematics of spending too many days in a place where every street corner could hide death. Out of 47 men in that photograph, only 3 were still alive. 3 out of 47, Jack Brennan, Frank Williams, who everyone called Doc because he had been the corpsman who kept them alive when he could. Ray Martinez, who had been the best shot Jack had ever seen, could put a round through a man's eye at 300 yards with iron sights and a rifle that had seen better days. They still met once a month at the VFW hall in town, drank beer that tasted like nothing, talked about everything except what mattered, and went home to their separate silences. 3 old men who had nothing in common except the fact that they had once been young together and had somehow survived when better men had not. Jack walked away from the window and went to the kitchen. No point trying to sleep again. The nightmare would be waiting, patient as a spider in its web. Instead, he made coffee the old-fashioned way, in a percolator his wife had insisted on keeping even when everyone else switched to those pod machines. The sound of it bubbling on the stove was comforting in a way he could not quite explain. While the coffee brewed, he pulled out the bottle of bourbon from the cabinet above the refrigerator. Not to drink, though he was tempted, just to look at, to remind himself that some temptations were not worth surrendering to. He had seen too many men from his generation crawl into a bottle and never climb back out. had been to too many funerals where the cause of death was listed as heart failure or liver disease. But everyone knew the real killer had been the weight of memories too heavy to carry sober. He poured the coffee black and took it back to his chair by the window. This was his routine now. Wake from the nightmare, make coffee, sit in the darkness and wait for dawn. Sometimes he read, sometimes he just sat. Today he found himself thinking about his son, Michael, 28 years old now, lawyer in New York City, made good money defending corporations against lawsuits, had not spoken to his father in 5 years, not since the argument that had ended with words that could not be taken back. Words about duty and honor and sacrifice. Words about imperialism and murder and stolen lives. Words that cut deeper than any interrogator's knife because they came from his own blood, from a man he had changed diapers for and taught to throw a baseball and watched grow into someone Jack barely recognized. Michael thought his father was a relic, a dinosaur from a failed empire, a man who had wasted his life serving a government that sent boys to die for lies and then abandoned them when they came home broken. And maybe Michael was right. Jack had stopped being sure about anything except the fact that the men in that photograph on his dresser had been real, had been his brothers, and had deserved better than what they got. The phone rang at exactly 0600 hours. Jack knew before he answered who it would be. There were only 3 people who ever called him and only one who called this early. General Harold Sykes. 61 years old now, but his voice still carried the authority of a man who had commanded thousands. They had served together in the Gulf War and Somalia. Sykes had been a captain then, Jack a sergeant. They had been through things that created bonds stronger than family, bonds forged in fire and blood, and the simple act of keeping each other alive when the world was trying very hard to kill them both. Jack picked up the phone, did not say hello, just waited. Sykes spoke without preamble, the way career military men learn to speak. No wasted words, no social pleasantries. Just information delivered with maximum efficiency. Need you in Arizona. Private contract, high pay, 3 months maximum. Cannot discuss details over the phone. You interested? Jack took a sip of coffee, looked at the photograph on the dresser, at faces that would never age beyond 22, 23, 24. Harold, I am 54 years old. I have not been operational in 20 years. Why would you need me? Because I trust you. Because the men I am training need someone who understands what it really means to be a soldier. And because you owe me one. That last part was true. 1990, Jack had been held captive in Mogadishu for 3 months after Black Hawk Down went even more wrong than history recorded. Sykes had led the raid that got him out, had carried Jack on his back for 2 miles while under fire because Jack's legs had been broken in interrogation and would not hold his weight. You did not forget something like that. You could not forget it even if you wanted to. What kind of contract? Jack asked. The kind where we are the good guys. The kind where we stop something bad from happening. The kind that matters. Jack thought about his empty house, about his son who hated him, about the nightmares that came every single night without fail, about the fact that he had nothing left to lose because he had already lost everything that mattered. When do you need an answer? Now. Jack looked at the bourbon bottle on the counter, then at the photograph of Charlie Company, then out the window at land that would still be here whether he was or not. Send me the details. I will be there. Sykes gave him an address in Arizona, coordinates for a private airstrip, and a number to call when he arrived. Then the general said something that made Jack's blood run cold. Jack, this is not just another training contract. This is personal for both of us. I will explain when you get here. But you should know that Vincent Drake is alive. The phone went dead. Jack stood there holding the receiver, feeling like he had been punched in the chest. Vincent Drake, Corporal Vincent Drake, the man who had saved Jack's life more times than he could count. The man who had been captured with Jack in Mogadishu in 1993 and had been in the cell next to his during those 3 months of hell. The man who had been listed as killed in action in 1994, died during an escape attempt, body never recovered. Vincent Drake was alive. Jack set the phone down carefully as if it might shatter. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from something else. Something that felt like hope and rage mixed together in equal measure. If Vincent was alive, that meant he had been out there for 31 years. It meant he had not died in that escape attempt. It meant he had either been held by the enemy all this time, which seemed impossible, Or he had chosen not to come home, which seemed even more impossible. Or it meant something worse, something Jack did not want to think about, but could not stop himself from considering. It meant Vincent had walked away, had deserted, had become something other than the man Jack had known. The sun was starting to rise now, painting the Montana sky in shades of orange and red that reminded Jack of tracer fire. He went to his bedroom and pulled out the old footlocker he kept in the closet. Inside were things he had not looked at in years. His dress uniform, wrapped in plastic, still fitting if he held his breath. His medals, which he never wore and barely remembered earning. His old dog tags, the metal worn smooth from years against his skin. And beneath it all, wrapped in oilcloth, a pistol. Not just any pistol, a Colt 1911 that had been issued to him in 1990 and had never left his side through 2 deployments. A weapon he had cleaned and maintained and trusted with his life literally hundreds of times. He had been supposed to turn it in when he mustered out, but somehow it had ended up in his bag instead, and he had never quite gotten around to correcting that particular oversight. Jack unwrapped the pistol slowly, reverently. The metal was still perfect, still oiled, because even though he had not carried it in decades, he had never stopped maintaining it. Some skills were too deeply embedded to forget. The weight of it in his hand was familiar, in a way that nothing else in his life was familiar. This was the weight of decisions made in split seconds. The weight of responsibility for the lives of men who trusted you. The weight of coming home when others did not. He checked the action. Perfect. Loaded a magazine from the box at the bottom of the footlocker. Federal hardball, 45 ACP, the same ammunition he had carried in the war. Racked the slide. The sound of it echoing in the quiet house was like a door opening to a room he had kept locked for a very long time. Jack holstered the pistol and put it in his go bag. Then he called the number for the local shooting range where he taught firearms safety to teenagers twice a month. Told them he would be gone for a while. Family emergency. They did not ask questions. People rarely did with Jack. There was something about him that discouraged questions. Next, he called the VFW and left a message for Doc Williams and Ray Martinez. Told them where he was going, roughly speaking. Told them if they did not hear from him in 4 months to assume the worst. Told them it had been an honor serving with them, and that if there was anything after this life, he hoped to see Billy Henderson and Marcus Stone and all the others again. Told them not to be stupid and follow him. Then he packed 2 changes of clothes, toiletries, the pistol, 300 rounds of ammunition, a knife he had carried since 1991, a compass that still worked, a first aid kit, a bottle of the heart medication his doctor had prescribed and which he took religiously because dying of a heart attack was not how he wanted to go out. By 0800 hours, he was in his truck, a beat-up Ford that had 200,000 miles on it and would probably go another 200,000. He did not lock the house. There was nothing in it worth stealing, and if he did not come back, it did not matter anyway. The drive to the airstrip took 6 hours. Jack spent it listening to the radio, country stations mostly, songs about lost love and hard living and roads that went nowhere. He stopped once for gas and a sandwich he did not taste. The woman behind the counter looked at him with something like concern and asked if he was okay. He told her he was fine. She did not believe him, but she let it go. The airstrip was exactly where Sykes said it would be, in the middle of nowhere, Montana, just a strip of gravel and a hangar that had seen better days. A small jet was waiting, corporate-looking, the kind rich people use to skip commercial airports. A pilot in civilian clothes stood by the stairs. He nodded to Jack, took his bag, did not ask for identification or paperwork. This was the kind of operation where plausible deniability was more important than following regulations. Jack climbed aboard. The interior was all leather and polished wood, built for comfort. It felt wrong. Soldiers did not travel like this. Soldiers traveled in cargo holds, sitting on webbing, surrounded by equipment and fear and the smell of other men who were just as scared as you were. The flight took 4 hours. Jack spent it trying not to think about Vincent Drake, trying not to imagine what could have happened to make a man stay away from home for 31 years, trying not to hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a good explanation, an innocent reason, something that would let him remember his friend as the hero he had been instead of whatever he might have become. But Jack had lived too long and seen too much to believe in innocent explanations. The world did not work that way. Men did not disappear for 3 decades because everything was fine. They landed at a private airfield in southern Arizona, the kind of place that existed on no official maps and asked no questions about cargo or passengers. The heat hit Jack like a physical thing when he stepped off the plane. Desert heat, dry and relentless, the kind that sucked the moisture right out of you. It reminded him of other deserts, other wars, other times when he had been young and stupid enough to think that surviving made you lucky. A black SUV was waiting. No markings, no plates that meant anything. The driver was military, Jack could tell instantly. The posture, the haircut, the way his eyes never stopped moving, constantly assessing threats. Young, maybe 30. Iraq veteran, probably. Afghanistan, one of the forever wars that had replaced the Gulf War in the national consciousness, but had never quite replaced it in the hearts of men like Jack, who understood that war was war, regardless of geography or politics. The driver took Jack's bag, held the door open, drove without speaking. They traveled for an hour into deeper desert, following roads that deteriorated from asphalt to gravel to barely more than tire tracks in the sand. The landscape was beautiful in a harsh way. Saguaro cacti standing like sentinels, mountains in the distance, purple in the afternoon light, sky so blue it hurt to look at. Eventually they came to a fence, high, topped with razor wire, the kind of barrier that said serious people were serious about privacy. A gate with guards, also young, also military in bearing, if not in uniform. They waved the SUV through without checking identification. Another 10 minutes of driving through scrub brush and sand, and then the compound appeared. Not a compound, really, more like a small city. Dozens of buildings, some permanent concrete structures, others temporary looking, like they could be packed up and moved in hours. Ranges for firearms and explosives, an obstacle course that looked genuinely dangerous. A helicopter pad with 3 birds sitting idle, vehicles of every description, from Humvees to ATVs to trucks that looked like they could drive through a wall. This was Blackstone's security contractors. Jack had heard of them, of course. Everyone in the military community had. They were the new face of warfare. Private soldiers, mercenaries in everything but name, hired by governments that wanted to fight wars without having to count the bodies or explain the bills. Good pay, no accountability, and the freedom to operate in ways that official militaries could not or would not. The SUV stopped in front of the largest building, a 2-story structure that looked like it might have air conditioning. The driver finally spoke. "General Sykes is waiting for you inside, sir. 3rd floor. He said to tell you that you look old." Jack smiled despite himself. That sounded like Harold. The building was indeed air-conditioned, cold enough that Jack's sweat dried instantly. Inside it looked like any other military headquarters. Desks and computers and people in tactical clothing moving with purpose. Maps on walls, radio chatter in the background. The smell of coffee and gun oil. Jack took the stairs to the 3rd floor. His knees complained, but he ignored them. An old infantry sergeant had once told him that the day you started taking the elevator was the day you admitted you were done. Jack was not done yet. The office at the end of the hall had a door that was open. Jack walked through without knocking. Inside, General Harold Sykes sat behind a desk that was older than both of them, scarred with use, completely at odds with the modern equipment surrounding it. Sykes himself looked exactly like Jack remembered. Tall, lean, with the weathered face of a man who had spent a lifetime outdoors. Hair gone completely white, cut high and tight, eyes that missed nothing. Sykes stood when Jack entered. They shook hands, the grip firm, lasting longer than was strictly necessary. Men who had saved each other's lives did not need words for some things. "You look like hell, Jack," Sykes said. "You look worse," Jack replied. They both smiled. It was a ritual they had been performing for 30 years, a way of acknowledging that they were both still here when so many others were not. Sykes gestured to a chair. Jack sat. The general poured 2 fingers of bourbon into 2 glasses and slid one across the desk. Jack took it, but did not drink. Not yet. "Tell me about Vincent," Jack said. Sykes took a long breath, the kind that said the story was not going to be easy to hear. "Vincent Drake did not die in 1994. He was captured, like we thought, but he was held for 3 more years after you were released. The Somali warlords kept some prisoners back, used them as bargaining chips that never got bargained. Or maybe they just forgot about them. War is chaos, Jack. You know that. Records get lost. People fall through cracks. Jack felt something cold forming in his chest. 3 more years, while he had been home, trying to rebuild a life, trying to forget. Vincent had still been in a cage. When did he get out? Sykes took a drink before answering. 1997. Got released with a group of prisoners nobody knew were still there. Came home to a country that had moved on. To a government that did not want to admit it had left men behind. To a VA system that was overwhelmed and understaffed and did not know what to do with men who had been in captivity for 6, 7 years. And then what? Sykes met Jack's eyes. Then he disappeared, changed his name, moved to Mexico, and started building an army. Jack felt the world tilt slightly. An army, not a large one, maybe 200 men, but well-trained, well-equipped, and very, very angry. Angry at the government that abandoned them. Angry at a country that ignored them when they came home. Angry at politicians who sent them to die and then pretended they never existed. What is he planning? Sykes slid a file across the desk. Jack opened it. Inside were satellite photos, intelligence reports, intercepted communications, and a target list. November 11th is Veterans Day, Sykes said quietly. There is a summit in Washington. Senators, congressmen, generals, Department of Defense officials, and the president, all gathered to make speeches about honoring those who served. Jack looked up from the file. His hands were steady, but his heart was racing. Vincent is going to attack the summit. Not just attack, he is going to kill everyone there. He has explosives. He has inside help, and he has 31 years of rage driving him forward. Jack, I need you to stop him. Why me? Because you knew him. Because he trusted you. Because if anyone can reach him, can make him see reason, it is you. And because, Sykes' voice dropped lower, because you owe him. We all owe him. We left him behind, Jack. We came home and he stayed in hell for 3 more years. That is on us, on our government, on our failure. Jack closed the file, drank the bourbon in one swallow, feeling it burn all the way down. What do you need me to do? Train a team, 30 men. Best contractors we have. Train them the way we trained in the old days. The way that kept us alive when better trained units died. Then take them into Mexico. Find Vincent. Stop him. Bring him home if you can. Kill him if you cannot. The room was quiet except for the air conditioning and the distant sound of gunfire from the ranges outside. Jack thought about Vincent Drake. Thought about the man he had been. Loyal, brave, the kind of soldier who would charge a machine gun nest if it meant saving his squad. The kind of friend who would sit with you in the dark and tell you stories about home to keep the fear away. Thought about what 3 more years in a prison camp could do to a man. What 30 years of abandonment and rage could create. What kind of monster you could become if you decided the world had betrayed you badly enough. When do I start? Jack asked. Tomorrow morning, 0600. I will introduce you to your team. Most of them are good, a few are cocky. One in particular, captain named Dylan Cross, thinks he knows everything because he was a SEAL. You will have to break him of that. Jack stood. Sykes stood with him. They shook hands again. Harold, if this goes bad, if I do not come back, Sykes cut him off. You will come back. You always do. That is your gift and your curse, Jack. You survive when others do not. Jack walked to the door, stopped with his hand on the frame, turned back. Does Vincent know I am coming? Sykes nodded slowly. I suspect he does. I suspect that is why he has waited this long. I suspect he wants you there. This is personal for him, Jack, just like it is personal for you. Jack left the office, walked back down the stairs and out into the desert heat. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in colors that looked like blood. He found his quarters, a small room with a bed and a locker and nothing else. Sat on the bed and took out the photograph of Charlie Company from his bag. Looked at the faces. Found Vincent Drake standing in the back row, young, smiling, alive. Jack traced the face with his finger. Whispered to the photograph like it could hear him. Like the man in the picture could somehow reach across 3 decades and answer. Why did you not come home, Vincent? Why did you let the darkness win? No answer came. Just silence and the distant sound of the desert wind and the weight of decisions that could not be unmade. Jack lay back on the bed, still holding the photograph. Did not bother undressing. Did not expect to sleep. The nightmare would come at 0300 like it always did, but tonight he almost welcomed it. Because tonight the nightmare was not just memory. Tonight it was preparation. Tomorrow he would meet the men he was supposed to train, would teach them how to stay alive in situations where staying alive was not the expected outcome, would turn them from soldiers into survivors. And then he would go into Mexico, would face a ghost from his past, would try to save a friend who might be beyond saving, would do his duty one more time, even though he was not sure anymore what duty meant or who it served. Jack closed his eyes, did not pray because he had stopped believing in prayer sometime around 1993 when he realized that if there was a God, he was not listening to soldiers in cages. But he made himself a promise, the same promise he had made to every man he had ever served with. I will bring you home, Vincent, one way or another, dead or alive, but I will not leave you behind again. Not this time, never again. The sun finished setting. Darkness came to the desert like a blanket being pulled over the world. And in a small room in an unnamed compound in Arizona, an old soldier waited for morning, waited for war, waited for the chance to finally settle a debt that was 31 years overdue. Outside, the desert night was full of sounds, coyotes calling to each other, the rustle of things that hunted in darkness, the distant thump of helicopter blades as a patrol returned from wherever patrols went in this strange new world of private armies and unacknowledged wars. Jack listened to it all and remembered other nights in other deserts, remembered being young and frightened and convinced he would never see another sunrise, remembered the faces of men who had not lived to grow old, remembered promises made in blood and fire that he had somehow managed to keep. Until now, until Vincent, the one promise he had failed to keep, the one man he had not brought home. Tomorrow that would change. Tomorrow he would begin the work of making things right, or at least as right as they could be made after 30 years of wrong. Tomorrow he would teach young men with their whole lives ahead of them how to fight and survive, and maybe, if they were lucky, how to come home with their souls intact. But tonight, in the darkness of a desert night that smelled like cordite and sand and memories, Colonel Jack Brennan lay on a narrow bed and waited for the nightmare that would come at 0300 hours. Waited for the darkness. Waited for the voices in Arabic he wished he had never learned. Waited for the pain that would remind him he was still alive, still capable of feeling something other than the vast emptiness that had filled him since his wife died and his son stopped calling, and the calendar kept adding years to a life that felt like it should have ended decades ago. The clock on the wall ticked forward. Seconds became minutes, became hours. And somewhere in Mexico, in a compound of his own, a man named Vincent Drake lay in his own bed and had his own nightmares and made his own plans for revenge against a world that had broken him beyond all hope of repair. Two old soldiers, two old friends, on a collision course that could only end one way, in fire, in blood, in the final settling of accounts that were 31 years overdue. The desert wind blew cold across the compound. The coyotes stopped their calling, and in the silence that followed, if you listened carefully, you could almost hear the ghosts of Charlie Company whispering from the darkness, telling stories of honor and sacrifice and the unbearable weight of surviving when better men had not. 0300 hours came. The nightmare arrived on schedule. Jack woke with his hand reaching for a weapon that was not there, his heart pounding, his breath coming in gasps. Sat up in the darkness and remembered where he was, why he was here, what he had to do. Stood and walked to the window, looked out at the desert under a sky so full of stars it looked like someone had spilled diamonds across black velvet. Somewhere out there, Vincent Drake was looking at the same stars, thinking his own thoughts, planning his own war. Jack pressed his hand against the glass, felt the cold of it against his palm, made a promise to the night and to the ghosts and to the man he had once called brother. I am coming, Vincent. I am coming to bring you home or bury you, but I will not abandon you again. Not while I still have breath in my body and the strength to pull a trigger. The stars offered no opinion. The desert kept its secrets, and an old soldier stood alone in the darkness, preparing for the last battle of a war that had never really ended, just gone quiet for a while, waiting for men like him to finish what they had started so many years ago, when the world was young and death was something that happened to other people. Dawn would come soon. With it would come the work, the training, the preparation, the slow march toward an ending that was as inevitable as it was unwanted. But for now, in these last hours of darkness before the storm, Jack Brennan allowed himself one small moment of weakness. One brief surrender to the weight of years and loss and the terrible knowledge that the best parts of his life were behind him, buried in desert sands and city streets, in prison camps, half a world away. One moment, then he straightened his shoulders, set his jaw, and became once again what he had always been, what he would always be until the day they put him in the ground. A United States Marine, a leader of men, a keeper of promises. A soldier who understood that duty was not always glorious and honor was not always rewarded, but both were still worth dying for because without them, what was left? What separated men from monsters? What made the suffering and sacrifice mean something more than just random violence in an uncaring universe? Nothing. That was what. Without duty and honor, all of it had been for nothing. Every death, every wound, every nightmare. Just meaningless suffering and service to nothing. Jack refused to accept that. Refused to believe that the men in that photograph had died for nothing. Refused to let Vincent Drake's rage and pain turn their sacrifice into a lie. He would stop Vincent, would save him if possible, would kill him if necessary, would do whatever it took to make sure that when this was over, when the final shots were fired and the last bodies were counted, it would all mean something. It had to mean something, because if it did not, then what was the point of any of it? What was the point of surviving at all? The first light of dawn touched the eastern horizon. Jack watched it come, this sunrise he had not been certain he would live to see when he was 23 years old, entrapped in a Mogadishu basement with guards who were very good at causing pain without causing death. But he had lived, had come home, had built a life, however imperfect, had loved a woman and raised a son and tried, in his own broken way, to be something more than just a killer with a medal. Now it was time to go back. Back to the world of violence and death and impossible choices. Back to the only thing he had ever really been good at. Back to war. Jack turned from the window, began preparing his gear with the mechanical efficiency of long practice, checked his weapons, counted his ammunition, made certain of every strap and buckle and catch. In 2 hours he would meet his team, would begin the work of turning them into the kind of men who could survive what was coming. But first, one more moment with the photograph. One more look at the faces of men who had trusted him to bring them home and who he had failed in that most fundamental way. "I am sorry," he told them silently. "I am sorry I lived and you did not. I am sorry the world was not fair. I am sorry your families had to bury you. I am sorry for all of it. But I promise you this, Vincent will not destroy what you died for, will not turn your sacrifice into ash and rage. I will stop him. I will save him if I can. And if I cannot save him, I will make certain he dies knowing that someone still remembers what he was before the darkness took him." The photograph offered no absolution. The dead never did. They just stared back with forever young faces, frozen in a moment before the world taught them that courage was not always enough, and honor could not stop bullets. Jack wrapped the photograph carefully and placed it back in his bag, holstered his pistol, walked to the door, opened it to face whatever the new day would bring. The sun was rising now over the Arizona desert, and with it came the beginning of the end of a story that had started 34 years ago, when a group of young men had been sent to fight wars they did not understand for reasons no one could quite explain. Most of those men were dead now. The few who survived carried wounds that never healed. And somewhere in Mexico, one of them had decided that the only way to stop the pain was to make sure everyone else felt it too. Jack Brennan walked out into the morning light, a soldier heading to war one final time, carrying the weight of 3 decades and the ghosts of 44 dead men and the hope that somehow, despite everything, there might still be a way to make it all mean something. Even if that meaning was written in blood, even if the price was everything he had left to give, even if the only thing waiting at the end was darkness and silence and the final settling of accounts that could never truly be balanced. He walked on, one step at a time, the way soldiers always had, the way they always would, until the war was over or they were dead, or the world finally learned that sending young men to kill each other solved nothing and created wounds that echoed across generations. But the world never learned. It never did. And so the wars continued. The names changed, the places changed, the reasons changed or pretended to, but the fundamental truth remained constant. Men fought. Men died. Men came home broken. And a few, A very few kept fighting long after the war was supposed to be over, because they did not know how to be anything else. Jack Brennan was one of those men. So was Vincent Drake. And soon, very soon, they would meet again after 31 years. Would stand across from each other and have a conversation that would end with someone dead. That was the promise the dawn made. That was the truth the desert sun illuminated as it climbed higher in the sky, burning away the cool of night, bringing heat and light and the cruel clarity that came with another day survived. Another day closer to the end. Another day to carry the weight. Another day to remember that survival was not victory, and coming home was not the same as being home, and some wars never ended. They just changed shape, became internal, destroyed from within what bullets had failed to destroy from without. Jack reached the training grounds as the first groups of contractors were beginning their morning routines. Young men, strong, confident, convinced of their own invincibility the way young men always were. They would learn. He would teach them, would show them that youth and strength were not enough. That technology was a tool but not a solution. That survival came down to fundamentals older than recorded history. Awareness, patience, the will to do what needed doing even when every instinct screamed to run. A tall man in his early 30s detached from the group and walked toward Jack. Confident stride, seal trident visible on his shirt. This would be Captain Dylan Cross, the one Sykes had warned him about. Jack waited. Let Cross come to him. A small thing, but important. Men like Cross needed to be reminded that rank and reputation mattered less than results. Cross stopped a few feet away, looked Jack up and down with barely concealed skepticism. An old man in worn jeans and a faded shirt, nothing impressive, nothing to indicate he was anything special. You are Colonel Brennan? Jack did not answer immediately, just looked at Cross with eyes that had seen things this young man could not imagine, eyes that had watched friends die and enemies die, and wondered which deaths were more pointless. Eyes that conveyed without words that respect was not given freely, it was earned. I am. Cross extended his hand. Jack took it. The grip was firm, testing. Jack matched it, did not try to prove anything, just met strength with strength and then released. I am Captain Dylan Cross, Navy SEAL, 8 years active duty, 4 years private sector. General Sykes says you are here to train us. No disrespect, sir, but most of us have more recent combat experience than you. Jack smiled. It was not a friendly smile. Most of you also have less life experience, less understanding of what it takes to survive when every advantage is stripped away. Less knowledge of how to fight when the bullets run out and the technology fails, and all you have left is will. Cross frowned. With all due respect, sir, warfare has changed since the Gulf War. We have drones, satellites, night vision. We do not need to crawl through the desert and eat scorpions. Jack's smile widened. Then I guess we will not get along very well, because what I am going to teach you has nothing to do with technology and everything to do with staying alive when technology fails. Which it will. It always does. He stepped past Cross, headed toward the rest of the assembled contractors. Watched them move, saw the improvement, the confidence, the growing unity that transformed 30 individuals into one weapon. Jack stopped in front of them, did not raise his voice, did not need to. Men who had learned to listen in combat did not need shouting. My name is Jack Brennan. I fought in the Gulf War and Somalia. I was a prisoner of war. I survived things most of you cannot imagine. I am not here to impress you. I am not here to be your friend. I am here to make sure that when we go into Mexico to face an enemy who knows every trick you know and has 30 years of rage driving him, you come home alive. Whether you like me or respect me is irrelevant. Whether you learn from me might be the difference between living and dying. Questions? Silence. Good. That meant they were at least smart enough to listen. We start now. No breaks, no easy days. You wanted to be contractors, to be the elite. I am going to show you what elite really means. Not fancy gear, not high-speed tactics, but fundamentals, the basics that kept men alive when everything else failed. He pointed to the obstacle course. That course is designed to test physical fitness, useful but not enough. I'm going to teach you how to move through terrain without being seen, how to read ground like a book, how to know when you are being watched and when it is safe to move. Skills that have no technology component, because technology can be taken from you, but knowledge cannot. Jack looked at each man in turn, making eye contact, letting them see that he was serious, that this was not going to be fun or easy or anything like what they expected. By the end of today, half of you are going to hate me. By the end of the week, all of you will. But in 3 months, when we walk into hell together, you are going to thank me. Because you will be alive, and the enemy will be dead. That is the only metric that matters. He turned to Cross. Captain, you are in charge when I am not here. But when I am here, you take orders from me. Understood? Cross's jaw tightened. He did not like it, but he was professional enough to nod. Understood. Good. Jack pointed to the desert beyond the compound. We are going for a walk, 20 miles. No water, no gear except what you are carrying. You will learn what your body can do when comfort is not an option. Move out. The contractors looked at each other, some confused, some angry. Cross opened his mouth to object, then thought better of it. They began to move. Jack fell in beside them, not leading, just one more man on a march that would test them in ways they did not yet understand. This was lesson one. The body was capable of far more than the mind believed. Pain was temporary. Discomfort was a choice. Survival was about pushing past every instinct that said to stop, to quit, to give up. He had learned these lessons in prison camps where stopping meant dying, where comfort was a memory and survival was an act of defiance against men who wanted to break you. These young contractors had trained hard, he did not doubt that, but they had trained in controlled environments with safety nets and medical support and the knowledge that if things went truly wrong, someone would rescue them. That was about to change. For the next 3 months, there would be no safety nets, no rescues, just the cold reality of preparing for a mission where failure meant death. Not just for them, for thousands of innocent people, for the fragile idea that soldiers fought for something beyond revenge and rage. The sun climbed higher, the temperature rose, the contractors marched, some struggled, some pushed through. Cross stayed near the front, refusing to show weakness even as sweat poured down his face. Jack watched them all, evaluating, calculating, deciding who had what it took and who would need to be pushed harder. This was his world. This was what he understood, not politics or technology or the complicated modern world his son inhabited, just the simple mathematics of survival, the ancient calculus of who lived and who died when violence became the only language that mattered. The training had begun. The countdown to Mexico had started. And somewhere south of the border, Vincent Drake was preparing his own forces, planning his own attack, waiting for the moment when he and Jack Brennan would meet again after 31 years and settle accounts that had been accumulating since Mogadishu, since the prison camp, since the day Vincent was left behind and Jack came home. That reckoning was coming, inevitable as dawn, inescapable as death. And Jack Brennan marched toward it with steady steps, carrying the weight of promises made and broken, of brothers lost and found, of duty that never ended even when the war was supposed to be over. The desert stretched before them, endless, unforgiving, beautiful in its brutality, just like the men who learned to survive in it, just like the war that never quite stopped echoing through their lives. Jack marched on, teaching, preparing, knowing that in 3 months, some of these men would die, knowing that Vincent Drake would probably die too, knowing that he himself might not survive what was coming, but marching anyway, because that was what soldiers did. They marched toward death because someone had to, because the alternative was letting evil go unopposed, because duty demanded it and honor required it, and brotherhood meant something even when everything else turned to ash. The sun beat down, the miles accumulated, and Jack Brennan led his men deeper into the desert, deeper into preparation, deeper into the countdown toward the final battle of a war that had started in 1993 and would end in blood and fire, and the answer to a question that had haunted him for 31 years. Could a broken soldier be saved? Could brotherhood survive abandonment? Could promises be kept even across decades of silence and suffering? In 3 months, he would know. In 3 months, the last stand of Charlie Company would finally be written. In 3 months, Jack Brennan would either bring Vincent Drake home or die trying. That was the promise. That was the mission. That was all that mattered now. Everything else was just noise. Dawn came to the Arizona desert like a hammer blow. One moment darkness, the next a sun so bright it felt like violence against the eyes. Jack Brennan stood at the edge of the compound, watching that transition, remembering other dawns in other deserts where the light revealed things you wished had stayed hidden. Bodies, empty positions, the faces of men who had not survived the night. Memory was a minefield. Step wrong and it exploded, scattering shrapnel through the present until you could not tell which war you were fighting anymore. Behind him, 30 contractors emerged from their quarters. No, 28. 2 had already washed out. Good. Better now than later, when weakness cost lives instead of just pride. Jack did not turn to look at them. Let them come to him. Let them understand from the first moment that this was not going to be like any training they had experienced before. This was not about building confidence or team spirit or any of the soft psychology that modern military love to preach. This was about survival, pure and simple, the kind that did not care about feelings or fairness or whether you were ready. Captain Dylan Cross approached first, always proving. Jack recognized the type. Had been that type once back in 91 when he thought being tough meant never showing doubt. Life had taught him different. The toughest men he ever knew were the ones who admitted fear and fought anyway. The ones who broke and put themselves back together with spit and wire and kept going because stopping meant admitting the breaking had been permanent. Colonel Cross said, "The men are ready for today's training." Jack finally turned, looked at Cross with eyes that had seen more mornings than this young captain had been alive. Are they really ready, or are they just standing upright and hoping that is enough? Cross stiffened. Defensive. Good. That meant Jack had hit something true. Sir, these are professional contractors. Most have combat experience. They know what they are doing. Jack smiled without humor. They know what they have been taught. That is different from knowing what to do when everything they have been taught stops working. When the drone crashes, when the GPS gets jammed, when the fancy rifle jams, and all they have is a rock and the will to use it. Do they know that, Captain? Cross opened his mouth, closed it. Damn. He was smart enough to realize he had walked into a trap. That any answer he gave would be wrong because the question itself was the lesson. Jack walked past him toward the assembled contractors. They looked like soldiers, stood like soldiers, wore their gear with the practiced ease of men who had done this before. But Jack could see the softness underneath. Not physical softness. These were hard men by any reasonable measure. But there was a comfort in their eyes, a belief that their training and equipment and modern tactics made them superior to any threat they might face. That belief would get them killed. Jack's job was to kill it first. "Listen up," Jack said. His voice was not loud, did not need to be. Men who had learned to hear orders in combat did not need shouting. "From now until we leave for Mexico, you belong to me, not to General Sykes, not to Blackstone, to me. That means when I say run, you run. When I say stop, you stop. When I say eat dirt, you eat it and thank me for the meal." Questions? A hand went up. Young guy, maybe 25, built like a linebacker. Name patch said Rodriguez. "Sir, with respect, we are not raw recruits. We have all been through advanced training, special operations for some of us. What can you teach us that we have not already learned?" Jack walked over to Rodriguez, stood close enough that the young man had to look up slightly to meet his eyes. "I can teach you how to survive when everything you know stops being enough. I can teach you how to think when your brain wants to shut down from fear. I can teach you how to kill a man with your bare hands and live with it afterward. I can teach you how to be the thing that lives when everything else dies. Do you still think you know enough?" Rodriguez held his gaze for 3 seconds, then looked away. "No, sir." "Good." Jack stepped back. "Dress them all. You are going to hate me. Probably already do. That is fine. I am not here to be liked. I am here to make sure that when we walk into Mexico to face a man who has spent 30 years learning how to kill, you walk back out again. If you cannot handle that, there is the gate. No shame in it. Better to know now than to find out when someone else has to carry your body home." Nobody moved toward the gate. Good. That meant they had pride, if nothing else. Pride could be useful, could be transformed into the kind of stubborn refusal to quit that kept men alive when intelligence and training failed. "First lesson," Jack said, "forget everything you think you know about combat. Modern warfare has made you soft. You rely on technology, on air support, on the belief that if things go bad, someone will come save you. In Mexico, there is no air support, no quick reaction force, no satellite imagery updating in real time. There is you, your weapon, and the ground under your feet. That is all. So we start with the ground. He pointed to the desert beyond the compound fence. See that ridge line? 10 miles out. You are going to walk to it. No vehicles, no GPS, just a compass and a map. You are going to study the terrain. Learn to read it like a book. Learn to see where water collects, where enemies might hide, where you have advantage and where you do not. You are going to do this in full gear, in the heat, and you are going to do it without complaint. Because this is easy. This is training. In Mexico, you will do the same thing while people are shooting at you. Sir, Cross said, we did land navigation in our basic training. We know how to read a map. Jack looked at him, really looked, saw a young man who was very good at what he did, but who had never been tested beyond his limits, never been pushed past the point where skill and training stopped mattering and only will remained. Do you? Can you navigate by the sun when your compass breaks? Can you find water in a desert by reading plants and animal behavior? Can you tell which direction enemy movement will take by understanding how humans instinctively respond to terrain? No. Then you do not know how to read a map. You know how to follow directions. There is a difference. Cross said nothing. The lesson was starting to land. Move out, Jack ordered. You have until sundown to reach the ridgeline and return. Anyone not back by then sleeps in the desert, alone, with whatever water you are carrying. If you die of exposure, that is your problem. I will collect your body in the morning. The contractors looked at each other, uncertain if he was serious. Jack let them wonder. Let them work through the calculation. Better they learn now that he did not make idle threats, that every word he spoke was literal truth. The cost of misunderstanding that in training was discomfort. In combat, it was death. They began to move, slowly at first, then with purpose as the sun climbed higher and the temperature started its daily climb toward triple digits. Jack Winter watched them go, did not follow. This was not about him proving he could still do it. This was about them discovering what they were capable of when no one was watching, when there was no instructor to impress, just the desert and the distance and their own limitations. Cross lingered. Colonel, is this really necessary? We only have 3 months. Should we not be focusing on tactical training, room clearing, vehicular assault, the things we will actually need? Jack turned to face him fully. Captain, you ever been in a fight where everything went to plan? Cross thought about it, honest enough to admit the truth. No, sir. Something always goes wrong. Exactly. So why would we train as if plans work? Why would we build confidence in tactics that only function in perfect conditions? I am training you for the moment everything falls apart. For the instant when all your training and technology abandon you, and all you have left is your ability to improvise, adapt, and overcome. That is what keeps men alive, Captain. Not knowing the perfect way to clear a room, knowing what to do when the door does not open, and the walls are thicker than expected, and your explosives do not work, and the enemy is already shooting through the windows. Cross nodded slowly, beginning to understand. How did you learn all this? Jack was silent for a long moment, remembering, seeing faces, hearing screams. The learning had cost more than he wanted to calculate. I learned it by watching men die because they only knew one way to do things. I learned it by being captured and having to escape with no tools, no weapons, no support. I learned it by surviving when better men did not, and asking myself every single day what the difference was. The answer was always the same. The men who lived were the ones who could think when everyone else was panicking, who could improvise when doctrine failed, who understood that survival is not about strength or courage or any of the things we like to believe. It is about being more committed to staying alive than the enemy is to killing you. How do you teach that? You do not teach it. You create conditions where they discover it themselves. Jack gestured to the desert where the contractors were now small figures shimmering in the heat. Right now they are thinking this is just a long walk. Uncomfortable but manageable. By mid-afternoon, some will be questioning whether they can make it. By evening, when they are miles from anywhere, and the sun is setting and they realize they miscalculated the distance, they will be scared. That fear is the lesson. What they do with it determines whether they are ready for what is coming. And if they fail, then they fail here, where failure means sleeping under stars and feeling stupid, instead of in Mexico, where failure means bleeding out in the dirt while Vincent Drake steps over their body. Jack started walking back toward the compound. You coming, Captain? Or you want to follow them? Make sure they are okay. Cross stood there, wrestling with it, the urge to lead, to be responsible, warring with the understanding that sometimes leaders had to step back and let their people struggle. Finally, he shook his head. I will trust your methods, Colonel. For now. Good. Jack kept walking, because in about 6 hours, some of those men are going to be in real trouble. Dehydrated, lost, panicking. And you and I are going to sit in the command center and watch it happen on satellite and not help them. Because that is the other lesson. That sometimes no help is coming, and they need to know they can save themselves. The day crawled by. Jack spent it in the operations center, watching satellite feeds, monitoring the contractors as they moved across the desert. Most were doing okay, moving at a sustainable pace, rationing water, working together. A few were struggling. Rodriguez, the linebacker who had questioned earlier, was pushing too hard, burning energy and water faster than was wise. A thin guy named Patterson was lagging behind, clearly dehydrated already, too proud to ask for help from the others. Cross stood beside Jack, watching the screens. Should we pull Patterson? He looks bad. Jack studied the feed. Patterson was in trouble. Staggering slightly, but not critical yet. Not dying, just suffering. No, he has water. He can make it if he slows down and stops trying to keep up with men who are in better shape. He might collapse. Might. Probably will not. But if he does, then he learns that pride kills. Better to learn that here than in Mexico. Jack pointed to another screen. Watch Rodriguez. He just passed the 6-mile mark. Should be rationing water. Instead, he is drinking it like he is at a buffet. In 2 hours, he is going to hit the wall hard. Should not we warn him? No, he was warned. I told them all to ration. He chose not to listen, so he learns the hard way. Trust me, Captain. The lessons that hurt are the lessons that stick. Cross was quiet for a while. Then, you really think Vincent Drake is that dangerous? 1 man against 30? Jack felt something cold settle in his chest. Vincent is not 1 man. He has 30 years of rage and skill and tactical knowledge gained from fighting on multiple continents. He has trained armies, has orchestrated attacks across different countries, has stayed hidden from every intelligence agency in the world for 3 decades. And he knows I am coming, knows how I think, knows my tactics better than anyone alive because we learned them together. So yes, Captain, I think he is that dangerous. I think he could kill every one of your men before they knew he was there if they are not ready. That is why we are doing this. That is why I do not care if they hate me or question my methods. Because in 3 months, their survival depends on absorbing 30 years of experience in 90 days. And that kind of accelerated learning happens through suffering. The sun began its descent. On the screens, the contractors were strung out across miles of desert. Some had reached the ridge line and were heading back. Some were still outbound, moving slower now, clearly exhausted. Rodriguez had stopped moving entirely, sitting in the shade of a rock outcropping, head between his knees. Patterson had fallen behind the main group by over a mile, stumbling, barely upright. We need to send a vehicle, Cross said. Patterson is not going to make it. Jack watched the screen. Patterson was in bad shape, but he was still moving, still putting 1 foot in front of the other. That kind of determination deserved respect. Not yet. Give him another 30 minutes. If he collapses, we go. But I think he is tougher than he looks. 20 minutes later, Patterson found his second wind. Or perhaps he simply decided that dying of embarrassment was worse than dying of dehydration. He started moving faster. Not much, but enough, closing the distance to the group ahead of him. By the time the sun touched the horizon, he had caught up. They gave him water, let him rest for 10 minutes, then continued as a group. See that? Jack pointed to the screen. That right there. That is what I am trying to build. Not individual warriors. A unit. Men who push through their limits and then help others push through theirs. That is how you survive against superior odds. Not by being the toughest or the fastest, but by refusing to leave anyone behind. Rodriguez never moved from his rock, stayed there as darkness fell, shivering as the desert temperature plummeted, learning the hard lesson about resource management. Jack sent a vehicle for him at midnight, brought him back dehydrated, hypothermic, and thoroughly humiliated. Put him in medical for observation and rehydration. He would live, would be back on his feet in 2 days, and would never make that mistake again. By 0200 hours, all the contractors were back, exhausted, blistered, sunburned, but alive. Jack gathered them in the briefing room, made them sit through a debriefing while they were still hurting, while the lessons were fresh. Today sucked, Jack said without preamble. I know it. You know it. That was the point. Because in Mexico, every day is going to suck worse. Today you learned about terrain, about resource management, about your own limits. Tomorrow you learn something harder. You learn to fight when you are already exhausted, when your body is screaming at you to stop, when all you want is to quit and rest, and this stubborn old man will not let you. Questions? Patterson raised his hand. His face was sunburned raw, lips cracked and bleeding. Sir, I almost did not make it today. How can I possibly be ready for actual combat if I can barely walk 10 miles? Jack looked at him, saw the doubt, the fear, but also the determination. The fact that Patterson had asked instead of just quitting meant something. You made it. That is what matters. You hit your limit and kept going. That is the seed of what we are building. Every day we water that seed with sweat and pain and small victories over yourself. In 3 months, you will barely recognize who you are now. Trust the process, trust yourself, and trust that I know what I am doing, even when it seems insane. Rodriguez raised his hand, voice hoarse from dehydration. I failed today, sir. I let pride override common sense. I will not make that mistake again. Jack nodded. Good. That awareness is worth more than success without understanding. You are here because you are already good at what you do. I am here to make you better, to strip away the ego and the assumptions and rebuild you into something that can face Vincent Drake and live. Are you ready for that? Yes, sir. Chorus from all of them, even the ones who looked ready to fall over. Good. Get some rest. Tomorrow we start weapons training. Not the fancy stuff. The basic stuff, how to clear a malfunction in 3 seconds in the dark. How to engage targets at 300 yards with iron sights and no spotter. How to make every bullet count because resupply is not coming. Dismissed. They filed out, slow, hurting, but there was something different in the way they moved. A unity that had not existed this morning. The desert had beaten them all equally, made them all suffer together, created the beginning of what might become a real unit. Cross stayed behind. Colonel, I owe you an apology. I doubted your methods. I thought they were outdated, but I see what you are doing now. Jack was surprised. Officers rarely admitted error, especially to subordinates in rank, if not in position. You are learning faster than I expected, Captain. That is good. You are going to need to take over this unit when I am gone. Gone? Cross frowned. You mean after the mission? Jack shook his head. I mean during the mission. I am 54 years old, Captain. I have lived longer than I have any right to. This mission is going to be violent and hard, and there is a good chance I do not survive it. When that happens, these men will need a leader. That leader is you, so watch everything I do. Learn not just the tactics, but the philosophy. Understand why I make the choices I make, because in 3 months, you are going to be making those choices alone. Cross was quiet for a long moment. Then, why are you doing this, sir? You could have stayed retired, lived out your days in peace. Why come back for a suicide mission? Jack thought about the photograph in his quarters, about faces that never aged, about promises made in darkness and blood, about a brother who had suffered in ways Jack could only imagine and who had emerged broken beyond repair. Because I made a promise a long time ago to never leave a man behind. I broke that promise. Vincent Drake spent 3 extra years in hell because I was not there to bring him home. I have to make that right, even if it costs me everything. Do you understand that, Captain? Do you understand about promises and honor and the weight of debts that cannot be paid but must be attempted anyway? Cross nodded slowly. I think I am starting to. My father was a Marine, fought in Desert Storm. He used to talk about things like that, about the bonds between men who face death together. I thought it was just old man talk. But I see it in you. See it in the way you look at that photograph of your old unit. See it in how you push these men because you genuinely care whether they live or die. Jack managed a tired smile. Your father was a smart man. Hold on to that wisdom, Captain. In this world, it is all too easy to forget that soldiers are not tools. They are men with families and dreams and people who love them. Good leaders never forget that. Great leaders carry it with them every moment of every day, let it guide their decisions, except that every order they give might be sending someone to their death. That weight is what separates those who truly lead from those who simply command. He stood to leave, paused at the door. Get some sleep, Captain. Tomorrow we test them harder. And the day after that, harder still. Until they either become what they need to be or break trying. There is no middle ground. Not anymore. Not with what is coming. Jack walked back to his quarters through the compound that was settling into the quiet of deep night. Overhead, stars wheeled in their eternal patterns, the same stars that had looked down on every war humans had ever fought, indifferent to the suffering, the courage, the pointless waste of it all. In his room, Jack pulled out the photograph again, studied Vincent Drake's face, tried to see any hint of the darkness that must have been growing even then, any shadow that might have predicted what was coming. But there was nothing. Just a young man smiling for the camera, confident and alive, and completely unaware that the next 3 decades would transform him into something monstrous. Tomorrow, Jack would write to his son, would try one more time to bridge the gap that had grown between them, would try to explain that what he did, what he had always done, was not about glorifying war or serving empire or any of the things Michael accused him of. It was about standing between chaos and innocent people, about being the thing that ran toward danger when everyone else ran away, about keeping promises even when those promises cost everything you had and everything you were and everything you might have been. Michael would not understand, probably would not even read the letter, but Jack would write it anyway. Because some things needed to be said even when no one was listening. Some truths needed to be spoken even into silence. He fell asleep still holding the photograph, dreaming of a war that never ended, of friends who never came home, of promises that echoed across decades like artillery fire, fading but never quite disappearing. 0300 hours. The nightmare. Always on schedule. Always the same. Jack woke gasping, reached for weapons that were not there. Took several minutes to remember where he was, when he was, who he still was after everything that had tried to break him. He rose, made coffee, sat in darkness waiting for dawn. This was his life now. This had been his life for 31 years. An endless cycle of waking and training and pretending to be normal and waking again to nightmare. Some men called it PTSD. Jack called it the price of survival. You did not walk away from what he had walked away from without carrying some of it with you forever. The days blurred together after that. A week became 2, became 3. The training intensified. Jack pushed them in weapons handling, in close quarters combat, in field medicine, in 1,000 small skills that meant the difference between living and dying. He made them practice malfunction drills until they could clear any stoppage blindfolded. Made them shoot until their fingers bled from magazine changes. Made them crawl through obstacles until they could navigate any terrain without thought. And slowly, grudgingly, they transformed. The cockiness faded. The reliance on technology diminished. They learned to trust their instincts, their training, each other. They became harder, leaner, more dangerous. Not because they wanted to, but because Jack left them no choice. Because he pushed them past every limit they thought they had and then pushed them further. Cross became his right hand, learned quickly, absorbed the lessons, and began implementing them with the younger contractors. Showed a gift for leadership that went beyond rank, that came from genuine care for his men, combined with the willingness to make hard choices. Jack saw himself in Cross sometimes, the young version, before the prison camp, before the scar tissue grew thick enough to insulate him from most human emotion. 3 weeks in, Jack set up a special exercise, told them only that it would test everything they had learned, split them into 2 teams, his team and Cross's team, gave them paintball weapons and a simple mission. His team had to defend a mock compound. Cross's team had to take it. Full gear, full tactical approach. The only rule was no broken bones. Everything else was fair game. Jack took his 12 men and fortified a cluster of buildings at the edge of the compound, set up fields of fire, created fallback positions, established communication protocols. Everything by the book, exactly what any competent force would do. Then he waited. Cross attacked at dawn, fast, aggressive, explosive breach on the front door, suppressing fire on the windows, exactly like he had been taught in his SEAL training. exactly like modern special operations forces attack targets all over the world. It lasted 3 minutes. Jack's team annihilated Cross's team without losing a single man. The debrief was brutal. Jack made Cross's team sit in the dirt while he explained every mistake. You attacked with speed and aggression. Good. But you attacked the way I expected you to attack. You followed doctrine. You did what your training taught you to do, and that made you predictable. Vincent Drake has spent 30 years studying American military doctrine. He knows how we think, how we fight. If you attack him the way you attack me today, he will kill you all before you clear the threshold. So what should we have done? Cross asked. The question was not defensive. He genuinely wanted to know. You should have done something I did not expect. Jack stood, paced in front of them. Look at the compound. What did you see? A fortified position, strong defenses, clear fields of fire. Right. So you attacked it head on. That is what your training taught you. But what if you had waited, observed for 6 hours, watched our patterns, figured out when we were most vulnerable? What if you had sent one man to make noise on the west side while the real assault came from the east, where we had weaker coverage? What if you had attacked at midnight instead of dawn when we expected it? What if you had done anything except exactly what your training programmed you to do? The team was quiet, processing, understanding, starting to dawn. Vincent Drake will not fight fair, Jack continued. He will use every trick, every deception, every psychological warfare technique ever invented. He will attack when you think you are safe, will make you see things that are not there and miss things that are, will turn your own training against you because he knows it as well as you do. So you have to learn to think past your training, to trust your instincts over doctrine, to be unpredictable even to yourselves. How do we train for that? Someone asked. By failing, by attacking me again tomorrow and failing again, and the day after that, until one of you finally does something so unexpected, so outside the box, that even I do not see it coming. That is when you will be ready. They attacked him 17 more times over the next month, lost every single time. Jack defended the compound using different tactics each time. Sometimes conventional, sometimes guerrilla. Sometimes he abandoned the compound entirely and ambushed them from behind. Every defeat taught them something, stripped away another layer of assumption, forced them to think rather than react. On the 18th attempt, Patterson did something brilliant. Instead of attacking the compound, he infiltrated Jack's team, pretended to be one of the defenders, walked right through the security perimeter with confidence in a borrowed uniform. Once inside, he opened the door for Cross's assault team. They took the compound in 90 seconds. Jack stood in the center of the chaos afterward, covered in paint rounds, and smiled. A real smile. The first anyone had seen from him in weeks. That right there, that is how you win against impossible odds. Not with strength or firepower or perfect tactics, with creativity, with audacity, with doing the thing no one expects because it should not work, but somehow does. Patterson, you just saved everyone in this unit. Remember this moment. Remember that sometimes the best tactic is the one that should not work, but does because the enemy is not expecting it. They celebrated that night. A small thing. Drinks in the recreation hall. War stories exchanged. The walls between officer and enlisted, between the old soldier and the young warriors, starting to come down. Jack sat with them for a while. Let them see him as something other than the harsh taskmaster who pushed them past breaking. Let them understand that the pushing came from care, not cruelty. Cross found him later, standing outside under the stars. Colonel, can I ask you something personal? Jack nodded. Do you ever regret it? The military life, the choices you made? Jack was quiet for a long time, thinking. Being honest required examining things he usually kept locked away. Every day. I regret that my wife died wondering if I loved my country more than I loved her. I regret that my son thinks I am a monster. I regret every man who died under my command, even when I know I made the best choices I could with the information I had. But do I regret serving? No, because someone has to stand the watch. Someone has to be willing to do the hard things that keep civilization functioning. I just wish the cost was not so high. Wish you could come home from war and actually come home instead of spending the rest of your life haunted by it. Cross nodded slowly. My father said something similar once. Said that war takes something from you that you never get back. Your father was right. Jack looked up at the stars. But here is what they do not tell you. What you lose is replaced by something else. Not better, not worse, just different. You gain the ability to stay calm when everyone else is panicking, to make impossible decisions, to carry burdens that would crush normal people. You become less human in some ways and more human in others. The question is whether that trait is worth it. I still do not know the answer. Doubt I ever will. They stood in silence for a while. Two soldiers from different generations, connected by the ancient chain of men who had chosen to stand between caves and civilization, who had accepted that the cost of that choice was their own peace of mind, their own innocence, their own ability to ever fully return to the world they protected. Inside the recreation hall, someone started singing. An old Marine Corps hymn, others joined in, voices rising in the darkness. Jack listened and felt something he had not felt in years. Something that might have been hope, might have been pride, might have been the ghost of the young man he had been before the war taught him that hope was dangerous and pride was a luxury, and the only thing that mattered was survival. The next morning brought visitors, a black SUV arriving at dawn. Out stepped General Sykes and two men in suits. Federal agents had to be. They had that look, that combination of confidence and suspicion that came from believing they were the smartest people in any room. Sykes found Jack on the range, running the contractors through close-quarters combat drills. "Colonel, need to borrow you." Jack handed the training over to Cross and followed Sykes to a briefing room. The two agents were already inside, spreading files across the table. Satellite photos, surveillance reports, intelligence summaries. "Colonel Brennan," the older agent said, "I am Agent Walsh from the FBI. This is Agent Martinez from DEA. We have been tracking Vincent Drake for 3 years. General Sykes tells us you are planning an operation against his compound in Mexico." "That is correct." Walsh leaned back, crossed his arms. "With all due respect, Colonel, this is not a military operation. Drake is a criminal. This is law enforcement jurisdiction. We should be handling this through proper channels, working with Mexican authorities." Jack looked at Sykes, saw something in the general's face that said, "Be careful here." "Colonel Brennan," Sykes said carefully, "perhaps you could explain to our friends why the conventional approach will not work with Drake." Jack turned back to the agents. Vincent Drake spent 4 years in captivity being tortured by people who were very good at torture. He survived by becoming harder than his captors, by learning to shut off his humanity and become pure will. When he finally escaped, he did not come home because he did not trust the government that left him there. He went to Mexico and spent 30 years building a network, not a criminal network, a military network. He has trained soldiers in 15 countries, has planned operations on 6 continents, has evaded every intelligence agency in the world, including yours. Walsh frowned. "We have files on him. We know his movements." Jack picked up one of the photos. It showed a compound in the Mexican desert. "You have files on what he wants you to see. Every piece of intelligence you have on Drake was either stolen from us or deliberately fed to you. He knows you are watching, has known for years. And everything he has done has been designed to make you think you understand him while keeping his real plans hidden. Your proper channels and Mexican authorities mean nothing to him. He will see them coming from miles away and disappear. Or worse, he will use them against you. Turn your own operation into his weapon." Martinez spoke up. "So what makes you different? What makes you think you can succeed where we have failed?" "Because I know him. Because I fought beside him. Because I understand how he thinks in ways you never can. And because he wants me to come." This is personal for Drake. He is not just planning an attack. He is making a statement about abandonment, about betrayal, about what happens when a country asks men to sacrifice everything and then throws them away. He wants me there when it happens because I represent everything he hates. The soldier who came home, who adjusted, who did not let the rage consume him. Walsh and Martinez exchanged glances. "There is something else," Walsh said. "We have intelligence that Drake is not working alone. He has inside help, someone in the government or military feeding him information." Jack felt ice form in his stomach. "How sure are you?" "Very. We have intercepted communications. Nothing specific enough to identify the mole, but enough to know Drake has been receiving classified intelligence for at least 5 years, maybe longer." Sykes's face was stone. "That is why this needs to be off-book. Why we are using contractors instead of official military. Because we do not know who we can trust." Jack looked at the satellite photos again. seeing them differently now, understanding that this was more complicated than just stopping an angry veteran. This was about corruption, about betrayal at high levels, about systems that had failed so completely that men like Drake could operate for decades with government help. "How many people in your agencies know about this operation?" he asked Walsh. Walsh hesitated. "Need to know basis, maybe a dozen across both agencies." "Cut it to 3. You, Martinez, and whoever your immediate superior is. Tell them you are investigating a different lead. Feed false information to everyone else. Because if Drake has someone inside, and that someone learns the real plan, my men will walk into an ambush that makes the last 30 years look like a training exercise." "You want us to lie to our own people?" Martinez said. Jack met his eyes. "I want you to keep them alive, and mine. Pride and protocol mean nothing if we are all dead. Drake has been planning this for 30 years. We have 3 months to stop him. We cannot afford to play by rules he stopped following decades ago." Sykes stood. "Gentlemen, Colonel Brennan is right. This operation succeeds or fails based on secrecy. I suggest you take his advice. Now, if you will excuse us, we have training to continue." The agents left, not happy, but convinced. When they were gone, Sykes turned to Jack. "You really think he has someone inside?" Jack nodded. "It is the only explanation for how he has stayed hidden this long, how he knows our movements, how he seems to always be 3 steps ahead. Vincent was smart, but not that smart. Someone has been helping him, someone with access to intelligence and operations, someone who believes in his cause, or who is being blackmailed or paid. Either way, it means we cannot trust anyone." Sykes was quiet for the moment. "Then, Jack, there is something I need to tell you about the night Vincent was captured, about why he was left behind." Jack felt something tighten in his chest. "What are you talking about?" "He was captured in a firefight. We all were. You led the raid that got us out." Sykes looked away, unable to meet Jack's eyes. "That is the official story. The truth is more complicated. We had intelligence that there were high-value prisoners in that location. Officers with strategic information. The raid was authorized to extract them. You were one of them. Vincent was not. He was just a corporal, not valuable enough to risk the mission for." Jack felt the world tilt. "You mean you knew he was there and you left him anyway?" "We had orders. Extract the high-value targets and get out. Vincent was not on the list. I tried to argue for him, tried to get authorization to bring everyone out, but command said no. Too risky, too many resources for a low-ranking enlisted man. So we took who we were ordered to take and left the rest." Jack's hands were shaking, rage and grief warring inside him. "You never told me. How could I? How could I look you in the eye and tell you that your best friend was left to rot because some general decided his rank made him expendable? I have carried that weight for 30 years, Jack. It is part of why I brought you here, part of why I need you to stop Vincent, because I am the one who left him behind. I am the one who followed orders instead of doing what was right. And if I could go back and change it, I would. But I cannot. All I can do is try to stop the monster we created by abandoning him." Jack stood there processing, understanding, finally clicking into place. Vincent did not just survive 3 more years in that camp. He survived knowing that we chose to leave him, that he was not important enough to save, that his service and sacrifice and loyalty meant nothing when weighed against bureaucratic decisions about value and risk. "That is what broke him," Sykes has said quietly. "Not the torture, not the starvation, but the abandonment, the knowledge that his own country had decided he was disposable. Can you imagine what that does to a man? How that kind of betrayal poisons everything? I see it in your face every time you look at me. That doubt, that question of whether you can trust me. Vincent felt that times 1,000, felt it for years while we went on with our lives. That is what we are facing, Jack, not just a skilled operator, but a man whose entire purpose has become to make us feel what he felt, to understand what abandonment means, to suffer the way he suffered." Jack walked to the window, looked out at the desert where his men were training, where they were becoming harder, sharper, more capable of violence, preparing to face a threat they could not fully understand because they had never experienced betrayal at that level, had never been deemed expendable by the very system they had sworn to serve. "When we go into Mexico," Jack said, his voice flat and cold, "you are not coming with us." Sykes started to object. Jack held up a hand. "You have your reasons for what you did. Maybe they were even good reasons from a tactical standpoint. But Vincent is right about one thing. The system is broken. It uses men up and throws them away. It makes decisions about who lives and who dies based on paperwork and politics instead of humanity. I will not let my men die because you are trying to assuage 30 years of guilt. This operation is about stopping Vincent, not about redemption for you. You want redemption? Make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Make sure no soldier is ever left behind because some bureaucrat decided they were not valuable enough to save. That is your penance, General. Not coming with us. Not getting the chance to say you were sorry to Vincent's face before we put him down. But changing the system that created him in the first place. Sykes looked old suddenly, all 61 years showing in his face. Very well, I will coordinate from here. Provide intelligence and support. But Jack, you need to understand something. Vincent is not just angry. He is brilliant. He has had decades to plan. Whatever we think is going to happen, he is 3 steps ahead. You need to be ready for anything. I am always ready for anything. Comes from expecting the worst. Jack turned from the window. Now, if you will excuse me, I have an army to finish building. We have 8 weeks left. 8 weeks to turn good contractors into great soldiers. 8 weeks to prepare for a confrontation that has been 30 years in the making. We cannot afford to waste time on recriminations and guilt. Vincent certainly is not wasting his time. Jack walked out, left Sykes standing alone in the briefing room with his secrets and his shame. Went back to the range where Cross was running the contractors through drills. Watched them move, saw the improvement, the confidence, the growing unity that transformed 30 individuals into one weapon. But even as he watched, Jack knew it would not be enough. Nothing was ever enough against an enemy like Vincent. An enemy who knew you better than you knew yourself, who had spent decades planning his revenge, who had nothing to lose because he had already lost everything that mattered. This was not going to be a fair fight. It was going to be a slaughter. The only question was whose. Jack intended to make sure it was not his men doing the dying, would do everything in his power to bring them home. But he also knew in the deepest part of himself that some would not make it, that in 8 weeks when they crossed into Mexico and headed into Vincent Drake's trap, not all of them would come back. That weight settled onto his shoulders like a familiar coat. The weight of command, of responsibility, of knowing that every decision he made carried life and death consequences. He had carried it before, would carry it again, would carry it until the day someone finally put a bullet in him and ended the long war that had started in 1991 and had never really stopped. The sun climbed higher, the contractors trained, and Jack Brennan stood watching, a ghost from a forgotten war preparing young men for violence, teaching them the lessons he had learned in blood and fire and concrete cells, hoping it would be enough but knowing it probably would not be, accepting that this was the only path forward anyway because the alternative was surrender. And Jack Brennan had never surrendered, not to enemy interrogators, not to time, not to grief, not to the slow destruction of everything he had once believed in. He would not start now, not with so much unfinished business, not with Vincent Drake still alive and planning murder on a scale that would make headlines for years, not with the weight of 44 dead men from Charlie Company sitting on his shoulders, demanding that their sacrifice mean something, that the cause they died for not be proven hollow by the actions of one broken veteran who had let rage replace reason. 8 weeks, then Mexico, then blood, then the end of the story that had been writing itself for 34 years. Jack squared his shoulders and walked back onto the range to join his men, to teach them, to prepare them, to ready them for the storm that was coming, whether they were ready or not. Because ready or not, the storm was coming, and in its eyes stood Vincent Drake, waiting for Jack Brennan to come home to a war that had never ended, to settle accounts that could only be balanced in blood. That was the truth Jack carried with him every waking moment, the certainty that this was always how it was going to end. 2 old soldiers from the same unit, separated by ideology and suffering and 30 years of divergent paths, meeting one final time to determine whose vision of justice would prevail, whose version of the story would survive, whose death would give meaning to all the others. The training continued. The days blurred. 8 weeks became 7, became 6. The contractors grew harder, more capable, more dangerous. They stopped questioning Jack's methods and started trusting his judgment. They became not just a team, but a brotherhood. the thing that kept soldiers alive when logic said they should be dead. And through it all, Jack carried his photographs and his memories and his promises, waiting for the day when he would finally face Vincent Drake across some Mexican desert and find out if 30 years of rage could be stopped by simple stubbornness and the refusal to let another brother fall into darkness. That day was coming, racing toward them like a freight train, inevitable as dawn, inescapable as death. Jack could feel it in his bones, in his scars, in the place where his soul used to be before the war carved it out and replaced it with duty and honor, and the grim acceptance that some men were born to be shepherds and others wolves, and he had been forged into something in between. A sheepdog, that was the term. The thing that looked like a wolf and fought like a wolf but protected the flock instead of preying on it. Jack had been a sheepdog for 34 years, would be one for however many days he had left, would die as one if that was what the mission required. Because that was what men like him did, what they had always done. Since the first human society needed someone to stand watch while others slept. Since the first time a man chose to run toward danger instead of away from it, they stood the watch, they carried the weight, they did the hard things so others did not have to. And sometimes, just sometimes, they wondered if anyone noticed, if anyone cared, if the sacrifice meant anything beyond the moment. But then they remembered faces, names, men who had trusted them, who had followed them into hell and back. And they knew the answer, knew it bone deep. It mattered. All of it mattered, even the parts that hurt, especially the parts that hurt. Because pain meant you were still human enough to feel it, still connected enough to care. Jack held on to that as the weeks passed, held on to the humanity that 30 years of war had tried to strip away, held on to it like a drowning man holds on to driftwood. Because without it, he was no different from Vincent Drake. Just another monster created by war. Another casualty of a system that broke men and threw them away. He refused to become that. Refused to let the darkness win. Would fight it every day he had left, even knowing that eventually the darkness always won. That every soldier carried seeds of their own destruction. That time and trauma ground men down until nothing remained but scars and memories, and the terrible knowledge of what they were capable of when pushed beyond all human limits. But not today. Today, he was still fighting, still teaching, still trying to make sure the next generation did not have to learn these lessons the hard way, did not have to carry these scars, did not have to become what he had become. That was enough. That had to be enough because it was all he had left to give. The sun set on another day of training. The contractors headed to their quarters. Cross stayed behind. "Colonel, tomorrow is Saturday. We have been training 6 weeks straight with no break. Can we give the men a day off?" Jack considered, then nodded. "Yes, they have earned it. But Captain, use that day to write letters to whoever matters. Family, friends, anyone they would want to hear from them one last time. Because in 2 weeks we cross into Mexico, and after that there are no guarantees." Cross understood, nodded, then walked away to spread the word. Jack stood alone under the desert stars one more time. Tomorrow he would write his own letters. To Michael, to Doc Williams and Ray Martinez. To all the people who deserved to know that he had tried to be more than just a soldier. Had tried to be a father, a friend, a husband. Had failed at most of those roles but had never stopped trying. That would be his legacy. Not the medals or the commendations, but the trying. The stubborn refusal to give up on the possibility that broken men could heal. That wars could end. That promises could be kept even across decades. Vincent Drake had given up on all of that, had let the rage win, had become the monster the system created. Jack's job now was to stop that monster, to prevent Vincent from destroying everything in a final act of vengeance that would accomplish nothing except proving that the system was right to abandon men who became too damaged to save. Jack would not let that be Vincent's legacy, would not let their story end in blood and hatred, would find another way, or die trying. That was the promise he made to the stars in the desert and the ghosts that followed him everywhere. The promise that drove him forward even when every part of him wanted to lie down and stop fighting. One more mission, one more battle, one more chance to make it right. Then maybe, finally, he could rest. But not yet. Not while Vincent Drake still breathed and planned and prepared to prove that the world was as dark as he believed it to be. Jack turned and walked back toward his quarters. Tomorrow was Saturday, a day of rest, of letters, of final preparations. And then the countdown began in earnest. The final 14 days before Mexico, before Vincent, before the ending that had been written the moment Jack got out and Vincent stayed in, and their paths diverged forever. The story was almost over now, almost told, almost finished. Just one last chapter to write, in blood and fire, and the settling of accounts that were 3 decades overdue. Jack closed his door, sat on his bed, pulled out paper and pen, and began to write. Dear Michael, if you are reading this, I am dead. There are things I need you to know, things I should have said years ago but did not have the words or the courage. But now, with time running out, I find I have both. The letter went on, 4 pages, everything he had never said, every apology, every explanation, every hope that someday his son would understand that men did the best they could with the wounds they carried and the world they inherited. When he finished, Jack sealed the letter, addressed it, left it on the desk with instructions for Cross to mail it if the worst happened. Then he lay back and waited for 0300 hours, for the nightmare, for the reminder that he was still alive to feel pain, still human enough to be haunted. The clock ticked forward, the stars wheeled overhead, and an old soldier lay in darkness, preparing for dawn, preparing for war, preparing for the end of a story that had lasted a lifetime and would soon, one way or another, finally be told. The desert looked different at night through night vision goggles, green and grainy, shapes without substance, shadows that moved when they should not. Jack Brennan watched the Mexican landscape roll past through the window of the lead vehicle, 28 men and 7 trucks crossing a border that existed on maps but meant nothing out here, where the only law was distance and firepower. They had left the compound at midnight. Now, 4 hours later, they were 80 kilometers into Sonora, following roads that were barely more than tire tracks and sand, heading toward coordinates that might be a trap, might be salvation, might be nothing at all. Cross sat beside him in the passenger seat, studying a tablet that showed satellite imagery updated every 30 seconds. The compound is 15 clicks ahead. No movement on thermal. Either they are underground or this is a decoy. Or they are waiting, Jack said quietly. Vincent knows we are coming, has probably known since the moment we left Arizona. He has had 30 years to prepare for this. We have had 8 weeks. The mathematics are not in our favor. Behind them, the other 6 vehicles maintained perfect spacing, 30 meters between each truck, close enough for mutual support, far enough that a single ambush would not take them all. Patterson drove their vehicle with the steady competence he had developed over 2 months of brutal training. Rodriguez rode in the 3rd truck, manning the machine gun, scanning the darkness for threats that might not come until it was too late to matter. The radios were silent. Jack had ordered radio silence except for emergencies. Sound carried in the desert, and electronic signals even farther. Vincent Drake would have sensors, listening posts, early warning systems that made American technology look primitive. The man had spent decades perfecting the art of knowing when enemies approached, had survived this long because he never made assumptions about his own superiority. Jack checked his rifle for the 100th time, not the modern M4 the contractors carried, an older weapon, an M14 that had been issued to him in 1990 and had somehow followed him through 2 deployments, a prison camp and 30 years of storage. He had cleaned it 3 days ago, test-fired it, confirmed what he already knew. That metal and wood and simple mechanical principles lasted longer than fancy electronics and plastic components. That some weapons became extensions of the men who carried them, took on characteristics beyond their physical properties, became talismans against death. This rifle had kept him alive in places where death was the expected outcome. He trusted it more than he trusted most people, more than he trusted himself sometimes. In the dark hours when doubt crept in and questioned whether any of this was worth the cost. The road deteriorated, became rocks and sand that slowed them to 20 kilometers per hour. Patterson navigated carefully, avoiding the worst of the terrain, but there was no avoiding all of it. The truck bounced and jolted. Equipment rattled despite being secured. Men braced themselves, checking gear, preparing mentally for contact that could come in the next second or the next hour or not at all. "Colonel," Cross said, looking up from his tablet, "satellite shows a dust cloud 2 clicks south of us, moving parallel to our route." Jack looked at the screen. The cloud was small, single vehicle maybe. Could be cartel, could be locals, could be Drake's scouts. "How long has it been tracking us?" "Since we crossed the secondary road 10 minutes ago. So they know we are here." Jack thought through the options. Tactical problem. Unknown force shadowing their convoy. Could be reconnaissance. Could be bait. Could be the prelude to an ambush. Continue current speed. Do not acknowledge we have seen them. Let them think we are blind. If they attack, we respond with overwhelming force. If they just watch, we let them watch. Vincent wants to know what we are capable of. No reason to show him before we have to. The dust cloud maintained its distance, neither closing nor falling back. Professional, disciplined. Exactly what Jack would have done in their position. Track the enemy, report their strength and disposition. Do not engage unless necessary. Classic reconnaissance doctrine that had not changed since cavalry scouts in the Civil War, because it worked, and working tactics never went out of style regardless of technology. They drove on. The landscape became more rugged, hills rising from the desert floor, arroyos cutting deep channels that would be death traps if they got caught in them during an ambush. Jack studied the terrain with the eye of a man who had learned geology through violence, who understood that ground was not neutral, but an active participant in combat, favoring the prepared and killing the careless. There, he pointed to a ridgeline on their left, perfect position for overwatch. If I was planning an ambush, I would have shooters there. Cross studied it through binoculars. I do not see anything. You would not. Not if they are good, but they are there, or will be. This whole route is a kill zone waiting to be activated. Vincent chose this ground, knows every rock and shadow, has walked it 100 times, picked his positions, pre-sighted ranges. We are driving through his arena. The question is when he decides to close the gates. So what do? We keep driving, because stopping accomplishes nothing except giving him time to adjust. Our only advantage is momentum. We hit the compound hard and fast before he can fully deploy. Every minute we delay is a minute he uses to prepare. The dust cloud disappeared. Not gradually, suddenly, there one moment, gone the next. Jack felt his stomach tighten. That was not good. That meant whoever was tracking them had gotten close enough or seen enough, had radioed ahead and been told to break contact, which meant the hammer was about to fall. All vehicles, Jack said into his radio, breaking silence. Stand by for contact, air guard thermals, 360 security. This is not a drill. The convoy's posture changed instantly. Machine guns trained outward, gunners scanning through thermal optics. Every man going from relaxed alertness to combat ready in the space between heartbeats. This was the product of 8 weeks of training, the transformation of individuals into a single organism that reacted to threat with unified purpose. They rounded a curve and the valley opened before them, 1/2 kilometer wide, 2 kilometers long, hills on both sides rising 30 meters above the valley floor. At the far end, a cluster of buildings, adobe construction, old. Could be the compound or could be a decoy. No lights visible, no movement on thermal. It was too perfect, too clean, too much like every ambush site Jack had ever seen or sprung or barely escaped. His instincts screamed at him to stop, to turn back, to find another route. But there was no other route. The valley was the only way forward. Going around would add hours they did not have. And Vincent knew that, was counting on it, had designed this exact dilemma. Patterson, Jack said quietly, when I give the word, you accelerate to maximum speed. Do not stop for anything. Do not slow down if vehicles behind us are hit. You drive through whatever happens, and you get us to those buildings. Understood? Patterson's hands tightened on the wheel. Understood, Colonel. Cross was checking his rifle, his sidearm, his magazines. Standard pre-combat ritual that every soldier developed. Physical actions to occupy the hands while the mind prepared for violence. How bad is this going to be? Jack looked at the valley, at the perfect kill zone, at the buildings that might shelter them or might be another trap within the trap. Bad, he said simply. Very bad. But we trained for this. Trust your training, trust each other, and when the shooting starts, shoot back faster and more accurately than they do. That is the only tactic that matters. The convoy entered the valley. Slow, careful, every man tense, waiting for the world to explode. They made it 200 meters, 400, 600, nothing. Just the sound of engines and the wind and the pounding of hearts that understood what the conscious mind refused to accept. that they were being allowed to penetrate deeper into the kill zone, that patience was a weapon, that the best ambush was the one that let the enemy think they were safe right up until the instant they died. 800 meters. The buildings were closer now, details visible even without magnification. Walls with firing ports. Roof with good overwatch positions. A courtyard that could hide vehicles or men or both. Still no movement. Still no thermal signatures. Cross Kita's radio. All vehicles be advised compound appears abandoned. Possible decoy. Maintain alert posture. The words were still hanging in the air when the night turned to fire. Not from the hills. From the compound itself. Every window erupted with muzzle flash. Every roof position opened up. 50, maybe 60 weapons firing in coordinated volleys. Tracer rounds arcing through darkness like malevolent fireflies. The sound was overwhelming. Not individual gunshots, but a continuous roar that drowned out thought. Patterson floored the accelerator. The truck surged forward. Bullets impacted the armored windshield, spider-webbing the glass but not penetrating. More rounds hammered the hood, the doors, the engine block. Patterson drove through it, drove toward it, drove with the desperate speed of a man who understood that movement was life, and stopping was death. Jack leaned out his window, M14 coming up smooth and natural, finding targets through muscle memory, older than most of the men in this convoy. Fired, cycled the bolt, fired again. Picking shots with the economy of a man who had learned to make every bullet count when resupply meant surviving long enough to take ammunition from dead enemies. The vehicle behind them took a direct hit from something heavier than small arms. RPG probably. It swerved hard left, tires shredded but kept moving. The driver was good, kept it upright and mobile despite the damage. But the third vehicle was not as lucky. A second RPG struck its engine block. The truck stopped dead, began smoking. Men poured out of it, seeking cover behind the disabled vehicle, returning fire. But they were exposed and stationary, and the compound had all the advantages. Jack made a decision in the space between seconds. Made it with the cold calculation of a man who had learned that in war, you saved who you could and mourned the rest later. Patterson, do not stop. Get us to the compound. Cross, coordinate the rear vehicles to suppress fire and recover the third truck's personnel. We pushed through. But Colonel, Cross started. Now, Captain. Jack's voice had the weight of absolute authority, the voice of a man who had made these choices before and would make them again and would not debate them because debate meant delay and delay meant death. Execute. Cross began barking orders into the radio. The rear vehicles slowed, formed a defensive perimeter around the disabled truck. Machine guns opened up, suppressing fire that was disciplined and accurate. Men from the disabled vehicle sprinted toward the covering trucks. Some made it, some did not. Jack saw them fall, saw them crawl, saw them stop moving. Added their faces to the collection he carried. More ghosts, more dead. Patterson drove the lead truck directly at the compound. 50 meters, 30. Machine gun fire from Rodriguez's truck stitched across the windows, forcing the defenders to take cover. 20 meters, 10. Patterson hit the brakes hard, sliding the truck sideways to present minimal profile. Jack was out before it stopped moving, rifle up, advancing on the nearest building. Cross followed. So did 6 other men from the first 2 vehicles. They moved as a unit, covering each other, advancing by bounds, laying down fire that was accurate and sustained. This was what 8 weeks had built. Not individual skills, but coordination. The ability to function as a single weapon system even under fire that would make most men curl up and wait for death. Jack reached the building, placed a breaching charge on the door, stepped back, triggered it. The explosion was sharp and focused, blowing the door inward. Crossed through a flashbang, waited for the detonation. Then they went in fast and hard, rifles tracking, clearing corners, moving through the structure with the practiced efficiency of men who had done this hundreds of times in training and now did it for real. The building was empty, not just empty of people, empty of everything. No furniture, no equipment, no brass from all those rounds that had been fired. Nothing except firing ports and positions and the smell of gunpowder. "It is a shell," Cross said, understanding dawning. "They fired from here and pulled back. This whole compound is just a facade." Jack moved to a window, looked out at the valley. at the vehicles still pinned down under fire that continued from new positions in the hills. Vincent had suckered them, had made them think the compound was the objective when it was really just bait. The real ambush was in the valley, where most of his force was trapped, where they had driven themselves straight into the kill zone because Jack had made the tactical decision to push forward instead of stopping. He had been outplayed by a better tactician with better ground and 30 years to prepare, and now men were dying because of it. Colonel Cross was at another window, pointing. The hills, muzzle flash from at least 20 positions. They have us bracketed. If we stay here, we are pinned. If we go back, we drive into their fire. Jack thought fast. Tactical problem. No good options. Exactly the kind of situation Vincent would create. Force the enemy to choose between bad and worse, then exploit whichever they chose. Classic guerrilla doctrine. Use terrain and patience to multiply force effectiveness. Let the enemy's own aggression become the weapon that destroyed them. But Jack had not survived 30 years by making obvious choices. Had learned that sometimes the solution was not to choose between the options presented, but to create a third option that the enemy did not expect. He keyed his radio. All vehicles, consolidated defense around the disabled truck. Suppress the hill positions. Do not advance, do not retreat. Hold position and make them come to us. Cross looked at him. That is not going to work, Colonel. They have elevated positions. They can pour fire down on us all day. We cannot sustain that. We do not have to sustain it all day. Just long enough. Jack was already moving toward the door. You take command of the compound. Hold it. Make Vincent think this is our position. I am taking 3 men and we are going hunting. Hunting? Sir, that is suicide. Those hills are crawling with his men. Exactly. Which means Vincent is up there, commanding them, adjusting fire, making decisions. He has to be able to see the battlefield, which means elevated position, probably center of the northern hill line. And if I can reach him, I can end this before more of our men die. Cross grabbed his arm. Colonel, you are 54 years old. You cannot climb a hill under fire and assault a command position. Jack looked at him. At this young captain, who had learned so much in 8 weeks, but still did not understand the most important lesson. Watch me. He moved to the back of the building where the structure provided cover from the hill positions, called over 3 men, Patterson, Rodriguez, and a quiet contractor named Chen, who had been a force recon Marine and moved like smoke when he wanted to. You 3 with me. We are going to infiltrate the northern hill line, locate Drake's command position, and eliminate him. Questions? Rodriguez checked his rifle, his face grim. No questions, sir. Just ready to finish this. Patterson nodded. Been waiting 8 weeks to meet this guy. Let us go ruin his day. Chen said nothing. Just readied his weapon and indicated he was prepared to move. Jack looked back at Cross. Give us 30 minutes. If you have not heard from us by then, assume we are dead and execute whatever plan seems best. Do not come after us. Do not try to be a hero. Just get as many men out alive as you can. Colonel, Cross said, and there was something in his voice that made Jack stop. It has been an honor serving with you. Jack almost smiled. The honor is mine, Captain. You are a good officer. Better than I was at your age. These men are lucky to have you, he paused. If I do not make it back, make sure my letters get mailed. I will, sir. Jack turned and led his small team into the darkness. They moved fast, using the compound as cover, until they reached the edge of the buildings, then sprinted across open ground to the base of the northern hills. Bullets cracked overhead, but none close. The shooters on the hills were focused on the vehicles in the valley, had not yet noticed 4 men moving through shadows below their positions. The climb was steep, loose rock that shifted under their feet. Jack's knees screamed protest, but he ignored them, ignored the burning in his lungs, ignored everything except the need to move up and forward and toward the man who had been his brother and was now his enemy and would soon be dead or victorious depending on the next 30 minutes. They climbed in silence, hand signals only, moving from cover to cover, Chen on point because he was the best at this kind of infiltration. Patterson and Rodriguez covering. Jack in the middle, rifle ready, eyes scanning, looking for the thing that would give away Drake's position. 10 minutes of climbing, 20. They were halfway up the hill now, above some of the fighting positions, still below the crest where the real command elements would be. Jack could hear voices above them. Spanish mostly, but some English. Drake's force was mixed. Locals recruited with money or ideology, Americans who had followed him into exile. Maybe others from different countries, different causes, all united by rage at systems that had failed them. Chen held up a fist. Everyone froze. He pointed, 30 meters ahead and 10 meters up. A cluster of men around electronic equipment, radio gear, laptop computers, maps. And in the center, a figure Jack recognized despite 30 years in the darkness. Vincent Drake, older, grayer, scarred by time and suffering, but unmistakably the man Jack had last seen in 1993. Still tall, still projecting an authority, still the warrior who had saved Jack's life 7 times before life betrayed them both. Jack felt something twist in his chest. Not fear, not even anger, just profound sadness. This should not have ended this way. Should not have come to this moment when 2 old soldiers met across gun sights instead of across beers and war stories. But what should be and what was were different countries separated by choices and chances, and the grinding machinery of systems that used men up and threw them away. Jack in hand signaled his team. Chen and Rodriguez would flank left. Patterson would come with Jack on a straight approach. They would close to 20 meters, then open fire simultaneously. Overwhelming violence applied in a single instant, the only way to overcome numerical disadvantage. They began moving, slow, silent, each step placed carefully, each breath controlled. The world narrowing to the next handhold, the next covered position, the distance closing meter by meter until they were in position, and Jack could see Drake's face clearly for the first time in 3 decades. The man looked tired, not weak, not defeated, but carrying weight that showed in the set of his shoulders, the lines around his eyes, the way he stood like someone who had been standing too long and could not remember why he had not sat down. Jack raised his rifle, sighted on Drake's center mass. His finger took up slack on the trigger. All the training, all the preparation, all the promises and plans coming down to this single moment, this single pound of pressure that would send a bullet across 30 meters and end a life and maybe, just maybe, prevent thousands more from ending. He started to squeeze, and then Drake turned, looked directly at him, as if he had known all along that Jack was there, as if this too had been planned, anticipated, part of the trap that kept on layering deeper. "Jack," Drake said. His voice was the same, deeper maybe, rougher from years of shouting orders and breathing desert dust, but the same voice that had told jokes in the dark and sang off key and promised they would all make it home. "You actually came. I was starting to think you would stay safe in Arizona." Jack did not lower his rifle, did not squeeze the trigger either. "Not yet, Vincent." Drake smiled, sad, knowing. "It has been a long time, brother. You look old. You look dead. I mourned you for 30 years. The smile widened, became something darker. I mourned myself longer. Mourned the man I was. The man who believed in duty and honor and all the lies they tell young men to make them willing to die for nothing. But that man is gone, Jack. Died in a cage somewhere in 1994 when he finally understood that the country he fought for did not care whether he lived or died. I cared, Jack said quietly. I came back for you. 3 years too late, Drake's voice was flat now, emotionless. The voice of a man who had learned to shut off feeling because feeling hurt too much. Do you know what they did to me in those 3 years, Jack? Do you have any idea? I can imagine. No, you cannot, because you were not there. You were home, trying to forget, trying to rebuild, while I was being broken in ways that do not heal. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was knowing that you had been taken out, that I had been left, that my life was weighed and found wanting, that I was not worth the risk, not valuable enough, just another expendable grunt who should feel grateful he got to serve his country even if his country did not give a damn whether he survived. Vincent, it was not like that. It was exactly like that. Drake's voice rose, hard now, angry. Stop lying to yourself, Jack. Stop pretending the system is not broken. Stop defending the people who used us and threw us away. You know I am right. You know the truth. I can see it in your eyes. The doubt, the guilt, the knowledge that everything we fought for was a lie. Jack was silent, because part of him knew Drake was right, had always known, had spent 30 years trying to ignore that knowledge, trying to believe the suffering had meaning, that the sacrifice mattered, that the system, however flawed, was still worth defending. But standing here on this hill in Mexico, With his men dying in the valley below and his oldest friend revealed as his enemy, Jack could not quite maintain that belief, could not quite convince himself that any of it had been worth the cost. "I am sorry," Jack said finally. "I am sorry you were left behind. Sorry you suffered. Sorry the world was not fair. But Vincent, this is not the answer. Killing politicians will not change anything, will not heal anything, will just create more suffering, more rage, more broken men like us. There has to be another way." Drake laughed, bitter, harsh. "Another way? Jack, I spent 30 years looking for another way. Tried therapy, tried prayer, tried drinking myself to death, tried building a new life. Nothing worked. Nothing filled the hole. Nothing made the rage go away. So I stopped fighting it, embraced it, became what they made me. A weapon, a tool, a thing designed to kill. And you know what? It feels right, feels like the only honest thing I have ever done. No more pretending to be civilized, no more lying about what soldiers are. We are killers, Jack. That is our purpose, our function. Everything else is just decoration." "You are wrong," Jack said. "We are more than that. We are men who chose to serve, who sacrificed for something larger than ourselves, who protected people who could not protect themselves. That matters, Vincent. That is what separates soldiers from murderers. The choice, the purpose, the willingness to put restrictions on violence instead of just embracing it." "Pretty words," Drake said, "but that is all they are. Words. I deal in reality now, in action, in the simple mathematics of power. And the reality is this. In 6 days, there is a summit in Washington. Every politician who sent us to war will be there. Every general who decided we were expendable. Every bureaucrat who processed our discharge paperwork and told us good luck. And they are all going to die. Explosions designed to look like structural failure. No terrorism charges, no international incident, just a tragedy, an accident. And when it is done, maybe, just maybe, the next generation of soldiers will be valued more than we were." Jack shook his head. "You do not believe that. You are not doing this for future soldiers. You are doing it for revenge, for the satisfaction of making them feel what you felt. That is not justice, Vincent. That is just more suffering." "Maybe," Drake admitted, "but it is the only thing that makes sense anymore. The only thing that feels real. You want to stop me? Then shoot. But know this, brother. If you kill me, someone else will take my place. I am not the disease. I am just a symptom. The system that breaks men and throws them away, that is the disease. And it will keep producing men like me until someone fixes it." Jack's finger was still on the trigger, still taking up slack, still ready to end this with a single shot, but something held him back. Not mercy, not friendship, but the terrible knowledge that Drake was right, that killing him would not solve anything, would not heal anything, would just add one more body to a count that was already too high. "Stand down, Vincent. Come back with us. Face trial. Tell your story. Make people listen. That is the way to change things. Not violence, not revenge, but truth. Let the world see what was done to you. Let them know the cost of abandonment." Drake stared at him. For a long moment, Jack thought he might agree, might lower his weapon, might choose redemption over revenge. Then Drake smiled, the saddest smile Jack had ever seen. "You always were the optimist, Jack. Always believed the system could be fixed from inside, but I tried that. For years, no one listened, no one cared. The truth without power is just noise, and I am done making noise. Now I make impact." He raised his hand, signaled, and the world exploded. Not metaphorically, literally. Charges that had been pre-placed around Jack's position detonated simultaneously. Claymore mines, directional explosives that sent thousands of ball bearings screaming through the space where Jack and his team had been standing 1 second before Chen. Beautiful, perfect Chen had seen the wires and screamed contact, and they had thrown themselves down the hill in a desperate tumbling roll that was more falling than tactical movement, but saved their lives because the shrapnel passed overhead, killing air instead of flesh. Jack hit the ground hard, felt ribs crack, did not care, was already moving, rolling, bringing his rifle up, firing at the positions above. Saw Rodriguez doing the same. Saw Patterson dragging Chen, who was hit, bleeding from a dozen shrapnel wounds but still alive, still conscious, still trying to return fire with one hand while holding his guts in with the other. And above them, Drake was moving too, pulling back with his command staff, not panicking, not rushing, just executing a planned withdrawal with the calm professionalism of a man who had orchestrated this entire engagement, who had anticipated every move Jack made because he knew Jack's tactics as well as he knew his own. Jack fired, missed. Drake was already around a rock outcropping, already disappearing into positions he had prepared in advance, already 3 steps ahead like he had been this entire operation. "Fall back!" Jack shouted. "Get Chen down the hill! Move, move, move!" They scrambled downward, half falling, half climbing, bullets from above tracking them, but not connecting because moving downhill at night over loose rock was harder to hit than to miss. Behind them, Drake's forces were repositioning, not pursuing, not exposing themselves, just adjusting to maintain fire superiority. In the valley below, the situation had changed. Cross had led a counter-assault that had driven back the forces firing from the southern hills, had recovered the men from the disabled truck, had formed a defensive perimeter strong enough to repel direct assault, but they were still pinned, still taking casualties, still trapped in a kill zone that Drake could collapse whenever he chose. Jack and his team reached the valley floor, sprinted for the perimeter, made it inside while covering fire from the other contractors suppressed anyone who tried to stop them. Chen was immediately taken to the medic. His wounds were bad, not immediately fatal, but would be without surgery, and they were hours from any hospital. Colonel Cross appeared beside him. "Chen, bad. He needs a medevac." Jack looked around at the perimeter, at men hunkered behind vehicles, at the wounded, at the faces that showed exhaustion and fear and determination in equal measure. "How many did we lose?" Cross's face was grim. 6 dead, 12 wounded, 3 critical. "We can not sustain this much longer. We need air support or we need to withdraw. We do not have air support, and withdrawing means driving back through that valley under fire. Half of us would not make it." Jack was thinking fast, processing, looking for the angle. The tactical solution that did not exist but had to exist anyway because the alternative was annihilation. How much ammunition do we have left? Maybe 300 rounds per man, less for the machine guns. Another hour of sustained fighting, and we are throwing rocks. Jack looked up at the hills, at the positions that still held the high ground, at the trap that had closed but not crushed them because Drake was playing with them, prolonging it, making them suffer, making Jack watch his men die one by one because that was the real revenge. Not killing Jack, but making him feel what Drake had felt. Abandonment, helplessness, the knowledge that no rescue was coming. Then we do not sustain. We hit them. Now, while they think we are beaten, while they are repositioning and not expecting aggression, we take the southern hill line, use it for cover, then we fight our way out using the high ground they used against us. Cross stared at him. "Sir, that is insane. We are outnumbered 3-1, pinned down, low on ammunition, attacking uphill against fortified positions with wounded we cannot leave behind. It will not work." Jack met his eyes. "You are absolutely right. It should not work, which is exactly why we are going to do it. Because Vincent Drake knows me, knows I am cautious, knows I value lives over mission success, knows I would never risk my men on a desperate assault with bad odds, which means he is not expecting it, which means for the first time today, we have the element of surprise." He turned to address the assembled contractors, raised his voice so all could hear. "Listen up. We are in a bad situation. The enemy has us pinned. We are low on ammunition. We have wounded who cannot fight. By every tactical measure, we should hunker down and pray for rescue. But rescue is not coming. And hunkering down means dying slow instead of fast. So we are going to do something the enemy does not expect. We are going to attack." He paused, let that sink in, saw the disbelief, the fear, but also something else, something that training had built, trust, the belief that their colonel would not send them into suicide without reason. That if he said attack, there was a plan, a purpose, a chance. The southern hills are held by maybe 30 fighters. We are 22 effectives, bad odds. But we have training, they do not. We have coordination, they do not. And we have motivation, they do not. Because this is not just about survival anymore. This is about proving that you do not abandon your people, that you fight for each other, that you never leave a man behind. Vincent Drake thinks he knows what that means, thinks he can use it against us. But he is wrong, because the difference between Drake and us is that we still believe it, still live it, still die for it if we have to. That belief is not weakness. It is the only thing that makes us human instead of just a meat programmed to kill. He could see it taking hold, the shift from fear to purpose, from desperation to determination. This was leadership, not orders and tactics, but meaning. The thing that let men run toward death instead of away from it. We hit them in 5 minutes. 3 teams. Patterson leads the right. Rodriguez, the left. I take center. Cross, you maintain perimeter security with the wounded and 3 effectives. If we fail, you withdraw. Do not argue. Do not try to save us. You get the wounded out and you live to tell the story. Understood? Cross nodded. His face said he hated it, but his posture said he would obey. Understood, Colonel. Jack checked his rifle. 13 rounds left in the magazine. 3 more magazines on his belt. 52 bullets between him and death. He had fought with less, had survived with less, would do it again because the alternative was surrender, and he had never surrendered and would not start now, regardless of age or odds or the absolute certainty that this was probably suicide. But you know what? He had lived 54 years, had seen things most men never saw, had loved and lost and fought and survived. If tonight was the night it ended, if this Mexican hillside was where Jack Brennan finally ran out of luck and skill and stubborn refusal to die, then at least it would be on his feet with a rifle in his hands, doing the thing he was born to do. Protecting his men, even if it killed him, especially if it killed him, because that was the promise, the oath, the thing that separated soldiers from killers, the willingness to die for others instead of making others die for you. He looked at his men, at faces he had come to know over 8 weeks, young faces, determined faces, faces that trusted him even though he was leading them into hell. Are you ready? They nodded, checked weapons, made final preparations. None of them looked confident. None of them looked eager. But all of them looked committed. And that was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything. On my mark, Jack said. 3, 2, 1. Execute. They rose as one and charged the hill. Not running, advancing by bounds with covering fire. Professional, coordinated, exactly like they had trained. The defenders were caught repositioning, not expecting attack from below, not ready for the sudden reversal. Patterson's team hit the right flank. Rodriguez, the left. Jack drove straight up the middle with 7 men who moved like shadows and shot like demons. They took the first fighting positions in under a minute. The defenders broke, retreated up the hill, not routed, not panicked, but recognizing that holding against a determined assault cost more than withdrawal. Jack pushed them, kept pressure on, did not let them reform, did not give them time to organize a counterattack. 20 meters, 40. They were halfway up the hill now, taking fire from above, losing men. A contractor named Williams went down with a bullet through the leg, kept shooting from the ground until someone could drag him to cover. Rodriguez took shrapnel from a grenade, kept fighting, kept advancing, kept proving that courage was not the absence of fear, but action despite it. Jack felt something hit his left arm, looked down. Blood. Bullet had grazed him. Shallow, painful but not debilitating. He ignored it, kept climbing, kept shooting, kept being the thing that led from the front because that was what leaders did. They took the risk. They faced the danger. They died first or not at all, but never from behind cover while others bled. And then they crested the ridge, burst into the positions that had been firing down on them. Close quarters now, too close for rifles. Jack dropped his M14, drew his pistol, the old 1911 that had been with him since 1990. 7 rounds of .45 ACP, heavy bullets, slow, but devastating at close range. He fired 3 times. 3 men went down, drew his knife for the others who were too close even for pistol work, fought the way he had learned in a dozen forgotten battles. Brutal, efficient, without hesitation or mercy, because this was not about honor anymore. This was about survival, about making sure the other guy died instead of you or your men. It lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then the position was secure. The defenders dead or retreating. Jack's team held the high ground, but at a cost. He looked around at faces, counting. 17 men had started this assault. 12 had made it to the top. 5 were dead or too wounded to continue. In 5 minutes, they had lost almost a third of their effective strength to gain a position that did not change the fundamental tactical problem. They still had to get out of this valley, still had to fight through Drake's forces, still had to survive long enough to reach the vehicles and escape. But now they had high ground. Now they had the advantage. Now it was Drake's forces in the valley and Jack's on the hills. The situation had reversed, not completely, not enough to guarantee victory, but enough to give them a chance. Jack keyed his radio. Cross, status. Still holding, sir, but we lost 2 more while you were assaulting. We are down to critical strength. If you cannot break us out soon, we will not have enough people to man the vehicles. Roger that. Stand by. We are repositioning to cover your withdrawal. When I give the word, you load the wounded and you move. Fast. Do not stop. Do not look back. Just drive until you are clear of the valley. And you, sir, what about your team? We will follow when we can. If we cannot, we will buy you time. But you do not wait for us, Captain. You get the wounded out. You live to fight another day. That is an order. Silence on the radio, then quietly understood, Colonel. It has been an honor. The honor is mine. Jack out. He turned to his remaining men, positioned them along the ridgeline, set up fields of fire that would cover the valley floor, distributed the last of the ammunition. Not enough, not nearly enough, but you fought with what you had and you made it count, and you did not complain because complaining was for people who had the luxury of choice. When Cross's vehicles began to move, Drake's forces reacted immediately, began firing from the northern hills, tried to interdict the withdrawal, but Jack's team answered with disciplined fire that was accurate despite exhaustion and wounds and ammunition shortages. Made every shot count, made the enemy keep their heads down, made them choose between pursuing effectively and staying alive. The vehicles made it out of the valley, disappeared into the desert night, taking the wounded, taking the hope of survival, leaving Jack and 11 men on a Mexican hillside to hold off an enemy force that outnumbered them 5-1. Patterson appeared beside Jack, slid down behind the same rock. Sir, we did it, got them out. Yes, Jack said quietly. Yes, we did. So now what, we follow them? Jack looked at the northern hills, at muzzle flashes that indicated Drake's forces were regrouping, preparing for a final assault to wipe out the remaining contractors who had dared to attack them. We hold as long as we can, give Cross time to get clear. Then we try to break contact and escape. And if we cannot break contact, then we die here. It was stated as simple fact, not dramatic, not emotional, just tactical reality that every man understood the moment they volunteered to stay behind. Sometimes the mission required sacrifice, required men to stand and die so others could live. That was the mathematics of war. Cold, brutal, unchanged since the first human conflict. Patterson nodded. Been a hell of a ride, Colonel. Yes, Jack agreed. Yes, it has been. They settled in to wait, to fight the last battle, to hold the line until the end came in whatever form it chose. The night was cold. The stars were bright. And on a hill in Mexico, 12 old and young warriors prepared to stand against the darkness, to prove that some things were worth dying for, that loyalty meant something even when systems failed, that soldiers still knew how to be brothers, even in a world that had forgotten what brotherhood meant. Drake's forces attacked at midnight, came in 3 waves. Professional, coordinated, overwhelming. Jack's team fought back with everything they had, made the enemy pay for every meter, made them understand that Americans did not surrender easily, did not go quietly, fought to the last round and then fought with knives and rocks and bare hands because that was what you did when you wore the uniform, even if the uniform was civilian contractor gear instead of digital camouflage. They held for 40 minutes, longer than any reasonable assessment suggested was possible, held until ammunition ran out and positions were overrun, and holding meant dying without achieving anything except proving a point that maybe no one except them cared about anymore. Jack fired his last round, dropped the magazine, reached for another, and found none. The M14 was empty. The pistol was empty. Every man around him was in the same situation, out of bullets, out of time, out of everything except defiance. Drake's forces closed in, not rushing, not taking risks, just advancing with the patience of men who knew victory was assured and wanted to savor it, to make these last stubborn fools understand they had lost. That resistance was futile, that the only question was whether they died fast or slow. Jack stood, faced them, waited for the bullets that would end it, waited with the calm of a man who had faced death so many times it felt like an old friend. Not welcome, but familiar, expected, almost comforting in its inevitability. A voice called from the darkness, "Do not shoot them." Drake's voice, still commanding, still in control. "Bring Colonel Brennan to me. The rest can go." Jack's remaining men looked at him, waiting for orders, waiting to be told whether to surrender or charge or die where they stood. Jack shook his head. "Go, you fought well. You did everything I asked and more. There is no shame in survival. Get out of here. Live long lives, remember us. That is all I ask." "Sir," Patterson protested, "we do not leave you." "You are not leaving me." Jack smiled despite everything. "I am ordering you to withdraw. There is a difference. Now go, before I die and you have no one to give you permission." They hesitated, then began moving, slowly at first, then faster as Drake's forces parted to let them pass. In minutes they had disappeared into the darkness, heading south towards safety, carrying the story, carrying the weight, carrying the knowledge that their colonel had sacrificed himself so they could live. Jack stood alone on the hill, waiting. Finally, Vincent Drake emerged from the shadows, older now that Jack could see him up close. Weathered, scarred, but still recognizably the man who had been his brother in arms 34 years ago. "Hello, Vincent," Jack said. "Hello, Jack." Drake stopped 10 feet away, rifle lowered but ready, neither threatening nor friendly, just neutral. "The way you might greet someone you had not decided whether to kill yet. You came all this way just to die on a Mexican hillside?" "I came all this way to stop you. Failed at that. But I got my men out. Most of them anyway. That will have to be enough." Drake nodded slowly. "You always were better at the tactics than I was. That assault, that reversal, I did not see it coming. Cost me 30 men, delayed my timeline, made me question things I thought were certain. You did well, Jack. Made this interesting. Made me work for it. I can respect that." "Respect," Jack laughed. "Bitter. Is that what this is about, Vincent? Respect? You are planning to kill thousands of people to earn respect?" "Not respect," Drake said quietly. "Understanding. I want them to understand what abandonment feels like, what it means to be valued and then discarded, what it costs to be deemed expendable. That is all. Just understanding. Then they can die knowing what they did to us. That seems fair, does it not?" "No," Jack said simply. "It does not. Killing people who had nothing to do with your suffering does not create understanding. It creates more suffering, more rage, more men like you. The cycle never ends, Vincent. It just perpetuates itself until everyone is dead or too broken to care anymore." "Then what would you have me do?" Drake's voice rose. "Forget? Forgive? Pretend it never happened? They left me in that cage, Jack. Left me to be tortured for 3 more years. Where is their punishment? Where is their accountability? Where is the justice for what was done to me?" "There is no justice," Jack said sadly. "There never is. Justice is a lie we tell ourselves to make the unfairness bearable. The world is cruel and systems fail, and good men suffer while bad men prosper. That is reality. The only question is whether you let that reality destroy you or whether you rise above it. Easy for you to say. You gotta go home. And it destroyed me anyway." Jack gestured to himself. "Look at me, Vincent. Do I look whole? Do I look happy? My wife died thinking I loved duty more than her. My son will not speak to me. I wake up every night at 3 in the morning screaming from nightmares that will not stop. I came home, and I never came home. The only difference between you and me is that I kept pretending, kept trying, kept believing that maybe, somehow, the suffering meant something. You stopped pretending, stopped believing, and became this." Drake was silent for a long moment. Then, "Maybe you are right. Maybe I am the monster. But at least I am honest about it. At least I do not hide behind noble lies. I am what the system made me. A weapon, a killer, a thing designed to destroy. The only choice I have is who to point myself at. and I choose to point myself at the people who created me." Jack shook his head. "Then you learn nothing. All those years, all that suffering, all that rage, and you learn nothing except how to justify becoming the thing you hated." "Maybe," Drake admitted, "or maybe I learned the most important lesson of all, that the only thing that matters is power. That right and wrong are just stories we tell. That in the end, history is written by whoever survives. And I intend to survive, Jack. I intend to finish what I started, and then I intend to live with it. Because unlike you, I stopped caring whether I was a good man. I am content being an effective one." Jack felt something break inside him. The last hope that his friend could be saved, that redemption was possible, that the man he had known still existed somewhere beneath the rage and the scars. "Then we have nothing more to say. If you are going to kill me, do it. I am tired of talking." Drake raised his rifle, pointed it at Jack's chest, steady, professional, the same way he had held a rifle 3 decades ago, when they were both young and believed the world could be made better through violence directed at the right targets. "I am sorry it came to this, brother. I truly am." "So am I," Jack said. He did not close his eyes, looked at Drake straight on, gave him that much respect, that much dignity. If you are going to kill a man, you looked him in the eye while you did it. You did not pretend it was anything other than what it was. Drake's finger tightened on the trigger, then stopped, relaxed. He lowered the rifle, shook his head. "I cannot do it. All these years, all this planning, and when it comes down to it, I cannot kill you. The one man who actually came for me, who tried to stop me not because I am a threat, but because I am lost. Maybe there is still some of the old Vincent in here after all, small piece, but enough." "Then come back with me," Jack said urgently. "Come back, face the consequences. Tell your story, make them understand. You do not have to do this." "But I do," Drake said sadly. "Not for revenge anymore, but because if I stop now, then what was it all for? What was the point of 30 years of suffering? I have to finish it, Jack. Have to see it through to the end, because if I do not, then I really did waste my entire life, and I cannot live with that." He stepped back, gestured for his men to stand down. "Go, Jack. Take your men and go. Tell your superiors they have 4 days. 4 days to find me, to stop me. If they cannot, then on the 5th day, everyone at that summit dies. And maybe that will finally be enough suffering to make them change how they treat the men they send to war." "Vincent?" Jack started. "Go," Drake said again. "Firmer now, before I change my mind. Before I remember all the reasons you should die here. Go and live and carry the weight of knowing you could have stopped this, but chose your moral superiority instead. That weight will destroy you more surely than any bullet I could fire. You will spend the rest of your life wondering if you made the right choice. If letting me live cost innocent lives. If your principles were worth the body count. That knowledge will be my revenge, Jack. Not your death, your survival." Jack stared at him, seeing finally the depth of the damage. Understanding that Drake was not just broken, he was weaponized, turned his own suffering into a tool to inflict maximum pain on everyone around him, including especially the one man who still gave a damn. There was nothing more to say. Nothing that would matter. Jack turned and walked away. Down the hill, into the darkness, leaving Vincent Drake standing alone on a Mexican ridge, surrounded by men who followed him but did not know him, who saw a commander but not a friend, who understood orders but not pain. Jack walked until he found Patterson and Rodriguez and the others waiting where he knew they would be. Walked until he was back among his people, his brothers, the men who had stood with him and fought with him and almost died with him. "Is it done?" Patterson asked. "Is Drake dead?" "No," Jack said quietly. "He lives. We failed." "Then what now?" "Now we go home. We warn them. We give them 4 days to find him. And if they cannot, then we come back. We find him ourselves, and we end it, one way or another. No more games, no more mercy. We end it even if it kills us." They moved out, 12 men walking through Mexican desert, heading south, heading home, carrying wounds and regret and the knowledge that the war was not over, would never be over, would echo through their lives and the lives of everyone they touched until someone finally figured out how to stop creating monsters and calling them heroes. Behind them, Vincent Drake watched them go, felt something like regret, something like relief, something like the ghost of the man he used to be stirring in the ruins of what he had become. But not enough, not nearly enough. The mission continued. The plan proceeded. And in 4 days, the world would learn what happened when you abandoned your soldiers, when you broke your promises, when you turned men into weapons and then acted surprised when they cut you. 4 days. Then justice, or revenge, or whatever word you use to describe the moment when debts 30 years overdue were finally paid in blood and fire and the screaming of the innocent. That was the promise, the threat, the certain future racing toward them all like a train with failed brakes on a downhill grade. And Jack Brennan walked south under stars that had seen every atrocity humans ever committed and would see many more before the universe got around to ending. Walked with the weight of the world on shoulders that had carried it for 34 years and would carry it until they broke, or he did. 4 days. 4 days to find another way, to stop the unstoppable, to prevent the inevitable. 4 days to prove that hope was not just a lie we told ourselves. 4 days to be the thing he had always been. A soldier, a leader, a man who would not quit even when quitting was the only sane response. The night swallowed them. The desert erased their tracks. And somewhere in the darkness, two old men who had once been brothers walked separate paths toward an ending neither wanted but both knew was coming. Inevitable as dawn, inescapable as death, written in blood before either of them was born, and destined to be written again before either of them died. That was the truth the stars knew. That was the secret the desert kept. That was the weight pressing down on Jack Brennan's shoulders as he walked south toward whatever came next. 4 days. The thought echoed like a drumbeat, like a countdown, like the ticking of a clock that could not be stopped. 4 days until the world learned what Vincent Drake had become. 4 days until Jack Brennan had to choose between killing his friend or letting thousands die. 4 days until the last stand of Charlie Company was finally written in blood. The march continued. The night wore on. And every step south was a step closer to the ending that neither man wanted, but both had chosen the moment they put on uniforms and promised to fight for something larger than themselves. That promise had defined them, destroyed them, made them what they were, and would ultimately, inevitably, kill one or both of them before the story was done. That was certain. That was unavoidable. That was the price of being soldiers in a world that needed soldiers, but never quite figured out what to do with them afterward. Jack walked on, one step at a time, the only way he knew how, the only way he had ever known. Forward, always forward, until the mission was complete or he was dead. There was no other option. There never had been. For men like him, for men like Vincent Drake, there was only the fight, only the duty, only the promise. Everything else was just noise, just distraction, just the world trying to convince them that there was something beyond war. But Jack knew better, had known for 34 years. For some men, war was not just what they did, it was what they were. And that truth followed them wherever they went, whatever they tried to become, forever, until death finally did its job and ended the suffering and the fighting and the endless weight of promises that could not be kept but had to be attempted anyway. 4 days, the number burned in Jack's mind. 4 days to figure out how to stop a man who could not be stopped. 4 days to save thousands who did not know they needed saving. 4 days to prove that the old ways, the old values, the old promises still meant something in a world that had moved on and left men like him and Vincent behind. 4 days, then the end, one way or another. That was all the time that remained. And Jack Brennan walked south through Mexican night, carrying that weight, accepting that burden, knowing that in 4 days history would be made and lives would end, and the question of whether any of it meant anything would finally, definitively, be answered. But not today. Today he just walked, one foot in front of the other, the way soldiers always had, the way they always would, until walking was no longer possible and standing was no longer enough, and all that remained was the final accounting. The stars wheeled overhead, the desert stretched endlessly, and two old soldiers moved through darkness toward dawn and endings in the settling of accounts that had been accumulating for more than 3 decades. That was the truth the night whispered. That was the promise the desert made. That was the certainty Jack carried in his bones. 4 days, then blood, then ending, then finally maybe rest. If rest was even possible anymore for men who had seen and done what they had seen and done. The march continued. The countdown began. And in the darkness behind them, Vincent Drake stood on his hill and watched his old friend disappear and felt something that might have been regret, but was probably just recognition that the war between them was not over. Had never been over. Would never be over until one of them was dead, and maybe not even then. That was the curse of soldiers, the burden of brotherhood, the weight of promises made in blood. They lasted forever, echoed through lifetimes. Never let you go no matter how far you ran or how hard you tried to forget. 4 days, both men thought it simultaneously. 4 days until we find out who was right, who was wrong, who survives, who does, who history remembers and who it forgets. 4 days, then the ending, then the truth, then the final chapter of a story that had been writing itself since 1990, when two young men became brothers and promised to always have each other's backs. A promise they had both kept and broken in ways neither could have imagined. A promise that would finally definitively be settled in 4 days. Ready or not, willing or not, the ending was coming. And when it arrived, the world would learn what happened when you broke your promises to the men who fought your wars. When you abandoned the very soldiers who had given everything to protect you. When you turned protectors into predators and then acted shocked that they turned on you. That lesson was 4 days away, approaching like thunder, inevitable as the storm that followed. Jack Brennan walked south. Vincent Drake stood north. And between them, 4 days of time that would determine how this story ended. In redemption or revenge, in salvation or slaughter, in the triumph of hope or the victory of rage. 4 days, the clock was ticking, and no one could stop it. The sun rose over Arizona like an accusation. Jack Brennan sat in the debriefing room at Blackstone Compound, watching the light crawl across maps of Washington, D.C. that showed every route, every building, every possible target that Vincent Drake might choose for his final act of vengeance. 72 hours remained. 3 days. Not enough time to search every shadow in America's capital. Not enough time to find a man who had spent 30 years learning how to be invisible. Not enough time for anything except watching the clock tick down and knowing that thousands would die because Jack had failed. General Sykes stood at the head of the table, looking older than his 61 years. Looking like a man who had carried guilt so long it had become part of his skeleton. Around the table sat the survivors. Cross with his arm in a sling from shrapnel wounds. Patterson with burns across his face from an explosion that should have killed him. Rodriguez missing 2 fingers on his left hand but still insisting he could shoot. Chen was in intensive care in a civilian hospital, condition critical, odds of survival listed as poor. The others were scattered in medical facilities across 3 states. Of the 30 men who had crossed into Mexico, 6 were dead, 12 were too wounded to continue, and 12 remained operational. Barely enough to crew 2 vehicles, let alone conduct a manhunt across a city of 600,000 people. "We have exhausted every intelligence source," Sykes said. His voice was flat, professional. The voice of a man reporting failure as if it were routine. "FBI has assets on the ground. Secret Service has locked down the summit venue. Metro Police are on high alert. But Drake has had 30 years to plan this. He has contingencies for every contingency. Unless we get lucky, unless someone makes a mistake, he will succeed." Jack said nothing. Had said nothing since they returned from Mexico 18 hours ago. Just sat and studied the maps and ran scenarios in his mind and came to the same conclusion every time. They were going to lose. Drake was better prepared, better positioned, better motivated. Had the advantage of knowing exactly when and where to strike, while they had to defend everywhere simultaneously. Classic asymmetric warfare. One man with patience and planning could paralyze an entire system. "Colonel Brennan," Sykes said, "you know Drake better than anyone. Where would he strike? How would he do it?" Jack looked up, met Sykes' eyes, saw the desperation there, the need for answers that did not exist. "He would strike where we are not looking, would use a method we have not considered, would exploit a vulnerability we do not know exists. Vincent has spent 30 years studying our systems, our procedures, our blind spots. Whatever we think he might do, he will do something else. That is what makes him dangerous. Not his skill, his unpredictability born from decades of observing how we think." "So what do we do?" Cross asked. "Just wait for him to act?" Jack stood, walked to the window, looked out at the desert where they had trained, where he had tried to build an army in 8 weeks to counter what Drake had built in 30 years. The mathematics had never been in their favor. "We do what soldiers always do when the odds are impossible. We improvise. We adapt. We trust our instincts over our intelligence. We stop trying to predict what Drake will do and start limiting what he can do. How? Sykes leaned forward. By going public. Jack turned back to the room. Drake's advantage is secrecy. He operates in shadows, uses our need to keep things quiet against us. But what if we remove that advantage? What if we tell the world exactly what is happening? That a 30-year-old betrayal has created a terrorist who is planning to attack a veterans summit. That our own failure to care for our soldiers has created this threat. Make it impossible for Drake to operate without the entire country watching. Sykes shook his head. That would be a political nightmare. Admitting we left prisoners behind, that we created this situation through negligence, it would destroy careers, undermine confidence in the military, create a scandal that would last years. Good, Jack said quietly. Let it be a scandal. Let careers be destroyed. Let the truth finally come out. Because the alternative is letting Drake kill thousands and still keeping secrets. Still protecting the system that created him. Maybe, just maybe, if we are honest about what happened, if we expose the rot, it prevents the next Vincent Drake from being created. Saves the next generation of soldiers from being abandoned and broken and turned into weapons against their own country. The room was silent. Everyone understanding what Jack was proposing. Not just stopping Drake, but burning down the entire structure of lies and cover-ups that had allowed this situation to develop. It was radical. It was career suicide for everyone involved. It was also probably the only tactical option that had any chance of working. I cannot authorize that, Sykes said. It is beyond my authority. Would require approval from the Secretary of Defense at minimum. Then get it. Jack's voice was hard. Call him. Explain the situation. Explain that we have 3 days to find a needle in a haystack or watch that needle kill thousands on live television. Explain that the only way to limit Drake's options is to flood the zone with attention. Make every veteran, every citizen, every person in Washington aware and watching. Turn his advantage into his prison. Sykes looked at the maps, at the faces of his remaining men, at Jack standing by the window with the sun behind him turning him into a silhouette, a shadow of the young sergeant he had been, but still standing, still fighting, still refusing to quit, even when quitting was the logical response. And if they say no, if they refuse to go public, then we go anyway. Jack met his eyes. We leak it to the press. We contact every reporter in Washington. We make so much noise that they cannot ignore it or cover it up. Because I am done protecting institutions that do not deserve protection. Done prioritizing image over truth. Done being complicit in a system that creates monsters and calls them heroes. Vincent Drake is my responsibility, my failure, my brother who I did not save. And I will stop him even if it means destroying everything that allowed him to become what he is. That is treason, Colonel. Sykes' voice was soft, leaking classified information, undermining national security. They could court-martial you, send you to prison for the rest of your life. Jack smiled without humor. I am 54 years old, General. I have lived longer than I deserved, spent 30 years carrying weight that should have broken me. If prison is the price for finally telling the truth, for finally making the system accountable, then I will pay it gladly. Because at least in prison, I will know I did the right thing instead of the convenient thing. Cross stood. Colonel, if you do this, I am with you. We all are. He looked around at the other survivors. They nodded, tired, wounded, but determined. Whatever it takes to stop Drake, whatever it costs. Sykes closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. I have spent 30 years trying to atone for leaving Vincent behind. Thought I could do it quietly. Thought I could fix things without admitting the mistake. But you are right, Jack. Silence has only made it worse, has allowed the problem to fester, has created more Vincents, more broken men, more rage that has nowhere to go except inward or outward in violence. He straightened. I will make the call, will request authorization, but if they refuse, I will leak it myself. My career is already over. Might as well make it mean something. The briefing broke up. Men dispersed to prepare equipment, to rest, to write letters to people they might never see again. Jack walked outside into the morning heat, found himself standing on the range where he had trained these men, where they had transformed from individuals into a unit, where some of them had discovered capabilities they never knew they possessed. Colonel, a voice behind him. Patterson, face still bandaged from burns. Sir, can I ask you something? Jack nodded. When you were in that prison camp, when they were breaking you, what kept you going? What made you survive when others did not? Jack thought about it, gave Patterson the honest answer. I survived because Vincent Drake refused to let me die. When I wanted to quit, when the pain was too much, when I thought death would be easier than another day, Vincent was there, in the cell next to mine, talking through the wall, telling me stories, reminding me who I was before the cage. He saved my life a dozen times without ever touching me, just by refusing to let me give up. That is what kept me alive. Not strength, not courage, but having someone who cared whether I survived. Then why? Patterson's voice was confused. Why did he turn into this? If he was that kind of man, how did he become a terrorist? Jack looked at the young contractor, saw the need to understand, the human requirement for things to make sense. Because I left him there. Because I got to come home and heal and rebuild while he stayed in that cage for 3 more years. Because when you save someone and they do not save you back, it changes you, makes you question whether you mattered, whether anyone would come for you if you needed them. Vincent spent 3 years learning that the answer was no, that his service and sacrifice meant nothing to the people who sent him to war, that caring was weakness, that loyalty was one-directional, from soldier to country, but never country to soldier. That knowledge poisoned him, Patterson, killed the man he was, and created what he is now. Can he be saved? Jack was quiet for a long time. Then, I do not know. Part of me thinks yes, thinks the man I knew is still in there somewhere. But another part, the part that looked in his eyes in Mexico, thinks that man died a long time ago. That what we are facing is not Vincent Drake. It is what is left after Vincent Drake was destroyed. A ghost wearing his face, animated by rage instead of blood. And you cannot save ghosts, Patterson. You can only lay them to rest. Patterson nodded slowly, then walked away. Left Jack standing alone on the range, watching heat shimmer off sand and remembering a different desert, a different war, a different time when the lines between right and wrong seemed clearer and the cost of service seemed worth paying. His phone rang, unknown number. Jack answered anyway. Hello, Jack. Drake's voice, calm, almost friendly, the voice of someone calling to chat instead of threaten. I heard you made it back. Lost some good men. I am sorry about that. They fought well. Vincent? Jack's voice was flat. I wanted to give you something, a gesture of respect, professional to professional. I am not going to hit the summit. Jack felt his heart skip. What? The summit is too obvious, too protected. You have known about it for days, have had time to fortify, to prepare. I am not an idiot, Jack. I do not attack strong points. So I am telling you, out of respect for what we once were to each other, that the summit is safe. You can stand down those defenses, pull back those resources. Rest easy knowing I am not coming there. Then where? Jack was already signaling to the operations center, getting them to track the call. Now that would be telling. Drake laughed. The sound was wrong, too light for the weight of what they were discussing. Let us just say I studied your tactics, your training, your emphasis on protecting the wrong things while leaving the real vulnerabilities exposed. You are so focused on the big targets that you forget about the small ones. So focused on protecting leaders that you forget about followers. So focused on buildings that you forget about people. The line went dead. Jack ran to the operations center. The techs were already working, tracing the signal. Cross was pulling up maps, running scenarios. Sykes was on multiple phones, issuing orders, redirecting resources. Did you get a location? Jack demanded. Cell tower ping puts him somewhere in Northern Virginia, a tech reported. But the signal bounced through multiple relays. Could be anywhere in a 50-mile radius. He is using sophisticated counter-surveillance, military-grade encryption. Whoever taught him well. Jack's mind was racing. Not the summit, too protected. Small targets instead of big. Followers instead of leaders. People instead of buildings. What did that mean? What was Vincent actually planning? Cross was already thinking the same thing. Sir, if he is not hitting the summit, what is he hitting? What other target makes sense? Jack closed his eyes. Thought like Vincent. Thought like a man who wanted to make a point rather than just kill people. What made a statement? What would force the country to confront what it had done to its veterans? He opened his eyes. The parade, What? Sykes looked up from his phones. There is a veterans parade before the summit. Thousands of veterans marching through downtown Washington, families, children, media coverage, crowds. Vincent said followers instead of leaders. He is not going after politicians. He is going after the veterans themselves, going to attack the very people he claims to represent. Make the ultimate statement that the system does not just fail soldiers, it turns them against each other, makes them victims of each other, completes the cycle of betrayal by having a broken veteran kill healthy ones. The room went silent, everyone processing, understanding the horrific logic, the symbolic power of veterans killing veterans, the message it would send, that the wound was so deep, the betrayal so complete, that even brotherhood could not survive it. How many people at that parade? Cross asked quietly. The tech checked. Over 10,000 veterans registered to march, plus family members, spectators, media. Conservative estimate, 30,000 people in a 6-block area. No security screening. Open public event. If Drake has explosives, if he has planned this correctly, casualties could be in the thousands. When? Jack's voice was sharp. Tech checked again, day after tomorrow, 0900 hours, Pentagon parking lot to the Lincoln Memorial. Route takes them right through the most crowded part of the city. Maximum exposure, maximum casualties. 72 hours ago, Vincent had said 4 days, which meant Jack had just wasted a full day focused on the wrong target, had let Drake lead him exactly where Drake wanted him to go, away from the real threat, focused on protecting politicians who were never in danger while thousands of veterans and their families walked into a kill zone. We need to cancel the parade, Jack said. Now, call it off. Evacuate the route. Do whatever it takes, but get those people out of there. Sykes shook his head. I already tried. Made the call 10 minutes ago while you were outside. Secretary of Defense says no. Says canceling would be giving in to terrorism. Would show weakness. Would let Drake win without firing a shot. The parade proceeds as scheduled. Jack stared at him. They are willing to let people die rather than look weak? Sykes's face was stone. They do not believe Drake can actually execute an attack of that scale. Think he is bluffing. Think our security forces can stop him. They are wrong, but they are in charge. And they have made their decision. Then we go anyway. Jack turned to his men. We have 48 hours to find Vincent Drake in a city of 600,000 people. To locate his explosives, his team, his plan. To stop an attack that our own leadership thinks is not real. No official support. No backup. Just us. Questions? Cross raised his hand. Sir, we have 12 operational personnel, most wounded, against an enemy who has been planning this for 30 years. The odds are impossible. Jack nodded. Yes, they are. Just like in Mexico. Just like every other impossible thing we have done. We are going to do it anyway. Because those 10,000 veterans in that parade, they are us, our brothers and sisters. People who served, who sacrificed, who deserve better than to die because their own government would not listen to a warning. We may not be able to save them all. Probably cannot, but we can try, and trying is all we have ever had, all we have ever been. Men who stood the watch when no one else would. That does not change because the odds are bad or the mission is impossible or our own leadership has abandoned us. We stand, we fight, we try. That is who we are. He looked at each of them, saw doubt, saw fear, saw exhaustion, but also saw determination. The thing that made soldiers different from civilians. The willingness to run toward danger instead of away from it. The refusal to quit even when quitting made perfect sense. Sir, Patterson said quietly, how do we even start? Washington is huge. Drake could be anywhere. Could attack from anywhere. We do not have the resources to cover every possibility. We start the way we always start, by thinking like the enemy. Jack moved to the map of Washington. Vincent is not going to use a complex plan. Complex fails too easily. He is going to use something simple, reliable, something that has worked before. Truck bomb probably. Vehicle-borne IED driven into the parade route. Maximum casualties with minimum risk. Classic terrorist tactic that the U.S. has faced overseas. Vincent knows we know this. Knows we will have checkpoints, barriers, screening. So he will make it look legitimate. A veteran driving to the parade, a family in an RV, something that blends. that we waved through because stopping every vehicle would take hours and defeat the purpose of the parade. So we check every vehicle anyway, Cross said. Stop and search anything within 10 blocks of the parade route. Sykes shook his head. DC Metro will not authorize that. Says it would create gridlock, would turn the city into a parking lot, would generate so many complaints that the political cost is unacceptable. Best they will do is random checks, maybe 1 in 50 vehicles. Those are not odds that stop a determined attacker. Jack felt rage building, cold and controlled. The rage of a man who had followed orders his entire life and was watching those orders get people killed. Then we do it ourselves. We set up our own checkpoints. Unofficial. We stop vehicles. We search them. If Metro has a problem, they can arrest us after we save 10,000 lives. That is illegal, Colonel. Sykes said it without conviction, like he was reading from a script he no longer believed. So court-martial me. So arrest me. So charge me with whatever laws say you cannot stop terrorists because it might inconvenience traffic. I am done with legal, done with proper channels, done with protocols that value procedure over lives. We have 48 hours. We are going to use them, with official approval or without it. Sykes looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. Do it. I will run interference. We'll keep Metro off your back as long as I can. But Jack, if this goes wrong, if you are operating illegally and civilians get hurt, I cannot protect you. You will hang alone. I have always been alone, General. Alone is familiar. Jack turned back to his men. Gear up. We leave in 30 minutes. Cross, you coordinate with local resources. Find us a staging area near the parade route. Patterson, Rodriguez, start inventorying our detection equipment. Chemical sensors, X-ray, whatever we have that can spot explosives without opening every truck. The rest of you rest while you can. This is going to be a long 2 days. They dispersed. Jack stayed behind with the maps, tracing routes, calculating possibilities, trying to think like Vincent, trying to predict the unpredictable. The phone rang again, same unknown number. You figured it out, Drake said. I knew you would. You always were the smart one, Jack. The one who thought 3 moves ahead. That is why I liked you, why I trusted you, why killing you would have been killing the best part of myself. If you know I figured it out, why are you still going through with it? Call it off, Vincent, please. Those are your people, veterans like you, men and women who served and sacrificed. They do not deserve this. Deserve, Drake said softly. That is an interesting word. Did I deserve to be left in that cage? Did the 200 other prisoners who were abandoned deserve their fate? Did the 60,000 homeless veterans deserve to live on streets in the country they fought for? Deserve is meaningless, Jack. All that matters is power, action, the willingness to make people feel what they have ignored. This will not change anything. Jack kept his voice level, calm. You kill veterans and their families, you become the villain. You prove that we were right to leave you behind, that you are too dangerous to save. Is that what you want your legacy to be? My legacy is already written. I am the man you abandoned, the soldier you deemed expendable. The warning that was not heeded, whatever I do now just underlines that truth. But here is what you are not understanding, Jack. I do not want to do this. I have 10,000 pounds of explosives rigged in 3 trucks. I have teams positioned. I have backup plans for my backup plans. But I am calling you right now to give you a choice. What choice? Stop me. You have 48 hours. Find me before I find them. If you do, if you actually manage to stop this, then maybe you prove that the system can change, that soldiers matter enough to protect even from other soldiers, that someone somewhere gives a damn. But if you fail, if those veterans die, then it proves what I have always said, that the system is broken beyond repair, that the only thing that matters is power, that caring is weakness. Your choice, Jack. Save them or prove me right. The line went dead again. Jack stood holding the phone, feeling the weight of it, the weight of 10,000 lives resting on his ability to find one man in a city of 600,000. The weight of proving that the system could work, could protect, could care. The weight of 30 years of failure compressed into 48 hours of desperate search. Cross appeared in the doorway. Sir, we have a staging area. Warehouse in Alexandria, 6 miles from the parade route. Owner is a Marine veteran. Says we can use it as long as we need. Also says he is coming with us. He knows the city, knows the veteran community, thinks he can help us identify people who do not belong. Good, Jack said. Every advantage helps. What about Metro? Are they going to interfere? Sykes made some calls. We have unofficial approval to operate. Nothing in writing, nothing they can be held accountable for. But they will not stop us unless we do something egregious. Shoot civilians, cause accidents, that kind of thing. As long as we are careful, we have room to work. Jack nodded, gathered his gear, his rifle, his pistol, the tools of his trade for 30 years, weapons he understood better than he understood most people. Checked them with automatic precision. Loaded, chambered, ready. The ritual of a man preparing for war. The same ritual he had performed thousands of times. In different deserts, different wars, different enemies, but always the same fundamental truth. That violence was sometimes necessary, that evil existed, that someone had to stand between chaos and civilization, even when civilization did not always deserve protection. The drive to Washington took 6 hours, convoy of vehicles moving fast through darkness. Jack rode in the lead vehicle with Cross. Did not speak, just watched the road unreeling ahead of them. Watched America passing by the windows. Small towns, cities, people living their lives completely unaware that in 48 hours, 10,000 of their fellow citizens might die because systems had failed and men had broken, and the machinery of government cared more about image than truth. They reached Alexandria at 0300. The warehouse was exactly what they needed. Large, secure, close enough to respond quickly, far enough to avoid immediate detection. The owner met them, a man in his 60s, gray beard, Marine Corps tattoo on his forearm. Retired First Sergeant named Mike Romano. Colonel Brennan, Romano said, shaking Jack's hand. Heard about you, about what you are doing. Whatever you need, it is yours. I got 30 more veterans who want to help. Most are too old to fight. But we can watch, can spot things, can be your eyes. Jack felt something tighten in his chest. Gratitude, relief. The reminder that brotherhood survived even when systems failed. We will take any help we can get, Sergeant. Thank you. Do not thank me yet, Romano said. Wait until we actually stop this son of a bitch. Then you can thank me. Until then, we are all just doing what we should have done 30 years ago, bringing our brother home. They set up operations in the warehouse, spread maps, installed communications equipment, created a command center that was primitive compared to what Blackstone had, but was functional. Jack briefed Romano and his veterans on the threat. On Drake, on what they were facing, watched old men listen with faces that said they understood, that they had seen this before, had watched brothers break, had carried guilt for not helping, had waited 30 years for a chance to make it right. When Jack finished, Romano raised his hand. Colonel, question, if we find Drake, what then? Do we arrest him? Kill him? What is the play? Jack was quiet. The question he had been avoiding. The choice he did not want to make. If we find him before the attack, we try to bring him in alive. Try to stop this without more death. But if it is during the attack, if lives are at stake, then we do what we have to do, even if that means killing a man who should have been saved decades ago. Understood, Romano said. His face showed he knew how much that answer cost, how much it hurt to condemn a brother, but also showed he agreed that sometimes there were no good choices, only less bad ones. They worked through the night, planned routes, assigned sectors, created a net that would cover as much of the parade area as possible with 12 operational contractors and 30 aging veterans. It was not enough, would never be enough. But it was what they had. Dawn came. Day 2. 36 hours until the parade. Jack stood outside the warehouse watching the sun rise over Washington. The city looked peaceful, normal. People starting their commutes, heading to moms, living lives, completely unaware. His phone rang. Not Drake this time, a different number. Jack answered. Dad? Michael's voice. His son, the son who had not spoken to him in 5 years. Dad, are you in Washington? Michael, how did you get this number? I am in the Army, Dad. Captain, Rangers, served 2 tours in Afghanistan, came home 6 months ago, been stateside ever since. Been wanting to call you but did not know what to say. Then I heard through channels that you were tracking a terrorist, that you might need help. So I am calling. Where are you? Jack felt the world tilt. His son was a soldier. His son was a ranger. His son had served in combat and never told him. I am in Alexandria, warehouse on Richmond Highway. But Michael, this is not your fight. This is dangerous. This is probably suicide. You should stay away. Not my fight? Michael's voice was hard, angry. Dad, I spent 5 years hating you for being a soldier. Spent 5 years calling you a warmonger and everything else the anti-war crowd says. Then I joined the army to prove you wrong. To prove that warriors were just killers in uniform. And you know what I learned? I learned you were right. That there is evil in the world. That someone has to stand against it. That the price of peace is eternal vigilance paid in blood by people willing to fight. I learned that you were not a monster. You were a man doing an impossible job in an impossible situation. And I learned that I am my father's son, whether I wanted to be or not. So yes, this is my fight. Give me the address. I am coming. Jack gave him the address, hung up, stood there feeling things he had not felt in years. Pride, fear, hope. The terrible knowledge that his son was going to walk into danger and there was nothing Jack could do to protect him. The same way his own father must have felt watching Jack go to war. The endless cycle. Fathers watching sons march toward death. Praying, hoping, carrying weight that never got lighter. An hour later, a Humvee pulled up. Out stepped Michael, 28 years old now. Tall, athletic, looking exactly like Jack had looked at that age. With him were 10 more Rangers. Young, hard, professional. Michael walked up to Jack. They stood facing each other. 5 years of silence. 5 years of anger and misunderstanding. 5 years of regret. Then Michael saluted, sharp, precise, by the book. Captain Michael Brennan reporting for duty, sir. Jack returned the salute, then pulled his son into an embrace, held him tight, felt Michael's arms come around him, felt years of pain starting to heal. Not completely, not all at once, but beginning, starting the long process of reconstruction that family required. I am sorry, Jack said quietly. Sorry I was not there for you. Sorry I chose duty over family too many times. Sorry I let you grow up thinking I did not love you. Michael pulled back, tears in his eyes. I know, Dad. I know now. I did not understand before, but I do now, and I am sorry too. Sorry I judged you. Sorry I did not listen. Sorry I wasted 5 years being angry instead of trying to understand. They stood there, father and son, soldiers both, connected by blood and profession and the terrible knowledge that in 36 hours, one or both might be dead. Cross appeared, saw Michael and his Rangers, grinned. Reinforcements? Things are looking up. Jack made introductions, briefed Michael on the situation, on Drake, on the threat, watched his son process, saw the tactical mind working, saw the same instincts Jack had, the same ability to see patterns and predict movements. We need to focus on the likely approaches, Michael said, studying the maps. 3 trucks, 10,000 pounds of explosives total. That means he needs access to major roads. Cannot use alleys or small streets. Too conspicuous, so he will come in on the main arteries. Constitution Avenue, Pennsylvania, Independence. We set up checkpoint there. Screen everything, even if it takes hours. Metro will not let us shut down those streets, Cross objected. Then we do not ask permission. Michael looked at his father. We have Rangers, we have Marine veterans, we have authority enough if we are willing to use it. We set up checkpoints, we stop traffic. If Metro objects, we deal with it. But we do not let trucks through unchecked. Not on our watch. Jack felt pride surge through him. His son understood, got it in a way that civilians never could. That sometimes you had to break rules to uphold principles. That law and order were tools, not masters. That saving lives mattered more than following procedures. Do it, he told Michael. Take your Rangers, set up at those choke points. Anyone gives you problems, refer them to me. I will handle the fallout. I will handle, Michael nodded, moved out with his team, began executing, moving with the confidence of a man trained to operate in chaos. Jack watched him go and thought about time, about how it changed things, healed wounds, created understanding. 5 years ago, Michael had hated him. Now Michael was beside him, fighting the same fight, carrying the same weight, the cycle continuing, for better or worse. 30 hours remained. Jack split his force. Michael's Rangers on the major roads. Cross and the contractors on foot patrol through the neighborhoods surrounding the parade route. Romano and his older veterans in static observation posts with radios and eyes that had learned over decades how to spot things that did not belong. Jack himself took a vehicle and began driving the route, again and again, learning it, memorizing every street, every alley, every place a truck could hide or approach from, building a mental map that would let him respond in seconds when the attack came. Because it was coming, that was certain. Drake would not have called, would not have issued the challenge, would not have given Jack hope if he planned to abort. This was happening. The only question was whether Jack could stop it, whether the broken system could protect the people it had failed. 24 hours. The parade was tomorrow. Security was ramping up. Metro police were everywhere. Federal agents, bomb dogs, but it was all reactive, defensive, waiting for Drake to act. Jack knew from experience that defense was always weaker than offense, that the attacker chose time and place and method, that stopping an attack required either perfect intelligence or incredible luck. They had neither. 12 hours, night fell. The city transformed. Streetlights created pools of illumination and shadows between them. Jack drove through darkness, running on coffee and stubbornness. Cross called in reports. Nothing suspicious, no signs of Drake or his teams. It was as if the man had disappeared, become a ghost, waiting for dawn to materialize with death. 6 hours. Jack returned to the warehouse, found his men preparing, checking equipment, writing letters, the ritual before combat, the acknowledgement of mortality, the recognition that some would not see tomorrow's sunset. Michael approached him. "Dad, you should rest. You have been up for 40 hours. You need sleep or you will not be effective." Jack shook his head. "Cannot sleep. Too much to think about. Too many possibilities. If I rest, I might miss something. Might fail to see the pattern. Might let Vincent slip through." Michael sat beside him, quiet for a moment. Then, "Tell me about him. About Drake. What was he like before?" Jack closed his eyes, remembering. He was the best of us. Brave, loyal, funny. The kind of man who would give you his last cigarette even though he wanted it more. Who would take your watch shift when you were sick? Who would carry your gear when you were too tired? He saved my life 7 times, once pulled me out of a firefight after I got shot, carried me 3 miles with shrapnel in his own leg. That was Vincent, a man who believed in brotherhood more than he believed in himself. What happened to him? The system broke him, told him his service did not matter, that his suffering was acceptable, that he was expendable. And when a man who has given everything is told he is nothing, when his whole identity as a protector is revealed as a lie, something inside dies. Vincent died in that cage, Michael. Died when he realized no one was coming. What came back was not a man. It was rage wearing his face. Can rage be healed? Jack opened his eyes, looked at his son. I do not know. I hope so. Because if it cannot, if broken soldiers cannot be saved, then what is the point? What are we fighting for if not the chance to heal? To rebuild? To prove that suffering can be transformed into strength instead of just more suffering? Michael put his hand on his father's shoulder. You are trying to save him. Even now, even after everything he has done, that is who you are, Dad. That is why I am proud to be your son. Jack felt tears threaten, pushed them back. Soldiers did not cry, did not show weakness, did not admit that emotion was stronger than discipline. But Michael was right. Despite everything, Jack still wanted to save Vincent, still believed redemption was possible, still carried hope that brotherhood could survive betrayal. That hope was probably going to get him killed, but it was all he had ever had. Faith in the possibility of better, of healing, of men choosing honor over rage. It was a naive faith, a dangerous faith, but it was the only thing that separated him from Vincent, the only thing that let Jack sleep at night without nightmares consuming him completely. 3 hours, dawn approaching. Jack and his force moved into position, spread across 6 square blocks, every corner covered, every approach monitored, radio discipline maintained, everyone waiting, watching, looking for the truck that would bring death. The city woke around them, people emerging for the parade, veterans in uniforms from wars spanning 7 decades, families with children, media setting up cameras, crowds gathering. Jack watched them and felt the weight multiply. So many lives depending on him getting this right. So many people who would die if he failed. 1 hour, the parade began forming up. Veterans organizing by unit, by war, by service branch. Wheelchairs at the front for the oldest. Those who had fought in Korea, the Gulf, Somalia. Behind them, the younger generations. Iraq, Afghanistan, the forever wars that had created a new generation of broken soldiers. Jack stood on a rooftop overlooking the staging area, binoculars scanning, looking for Drake, for the truck, for anything out of place. Cross was on another rooftop 3 blocks away. Michael at street level with his rangers. Romano and his veterans scattered like seeds, all waiting. 30 minutes. The parade was about to start. Still nothing. No sign of Drake. No suspicious vehicles. It was possible Jack had gotten it wrong, that Drake was hitting a different target, a different time. But instinct said no, said this was it, that Vincent was here, somewhere, waiting for the perfect moment. 15 minutes. The parade began to move. 10,000 veterans marching, bands playing, flags waving, America celebrating those who served. Jack watched through binoculars and felt sick, because somewhere in that crowd, death was waiting. Explosives rigged, timers set, Drake watching it all and waiting for maximum casualties before detonating. 5 minutes. Jack was about to order an evacuation, about to risk panic and accusations and his own arrest to stop this. But then he saw it. A white truck, panel van, moving slowly through a side street parallel to the parade route. Driver wearing a baseball cap, face obscured. But something about the posture, the way he held himself, the set of his shoulders. Cross, Jack radioed. White panel van, 2 blocks east of your position, moving north. That is our target. Confirmed, Cross responded. I have eyes on. Looks like commercial vehicle, plumbing company logo. But something is off. Moving too slow, driver too focused. Jack keyed his radio to all units. All personnel, we have identified the target, white panel van, license plate coming through now. Do not, repeat, do not allow that vehicle to reach the parade route. Intercept and detain. Use of force authorized. This is not a drill. He descended from the rooftop, running, moving toward the van's projected path. Michael's rangers were already moving. Tactical formation, professional, closing the net. The van stopped at a red light, driver looking straight ahead, not panicking, not fleeing, just waiting. Jack reached the intersection, drew his pistol, approached the driver's side, weapon raised, voice commanding, driver, step out of the vehicle. Hands where I can see them. Do it now. The door opened. A figure emerged, hands raised, surrendering without resistance. Jack moved closer, got a clear look at the face, and felt his stomach drop. It was not Drake. It was a kid, 19, maybe 20, scared, confused, wearing a plumber's uniform. No threat, just a young man driving a work truck who suddenly found himself at gunpoint surrounded by armed men. I did not do anything, the kid said, voice shaking. I am just driving to a job. Please do not shoot me. Jack lowered his weapon, swore. It was not the target. Drake had known they would be watching for trucks, had fed them false leads, was playing them like instruments. While they focused here, he was hitting somewhere else. Same pattern as Mexico, draw attention one direction while attacking from another. All units, Jack radioed. False alarm. Resume surveillance. Target is still at large. Maintain alert. But even as he said it, Jack knew it was too late. Drake had outplayed him again, was executing his plan while Jack chased shadows. The explosion would come, the casualties would mount, and 10,000 veterans and their families would pay the price for a system that had failed 30 years ago and was failing again today. Jack's radio crackled. Colonel, this is Romano. I see something. Arlington Bridge. 3 trucks, moving in convoy, military looking. They just passed my position heading toward Memorial Bridge, toward the parade route. Jack's heart stopped. 3 trucks. Drake had said 3 trucks, had placed them in convoy formation so they looked official. Military vehicles moving with purpose. No one would stop them. No one would question them. They would drive right up to the parade and detonate, and thousands would die before anyone realized what was happening. All units converge on Arlington Bridge. 3 trucks heading toward Memorial. This is it. This is the real attack. Stop those trucks at any cost. Jack sprinted for his vehicle. Cross was already moving. Michael and his rangers commandeering civilian cars, sirens blaring, racing toward the bridge. Romano and his veterans providing updates, tracking the truck's progress, watching as death drove slowly through morning traffic toward 10,000 unsuspecting targets. The trucks were moving fast now, not reckless, just efficient, making lights, avoiding delays. Professional drivers who knew the route and had timed it perfectly. Jack pushed his vehicle harder, weaving through traffic, running red lights, chasing the trucks that were maybe 2 minutes from the parade route, 2 minutes from detonation, 2 minutes from catastrophe. His radio crackled again. Not Romano. Drake's voice, coming through on the command frequency, somehow intercepting their communications. Hello, Jack. Did you really think I would make it easy? That I would drive one obvious truck and hope you missed it? I have been planning this for 30 years. You have had 48 hours. The mathematics were never in your favor. 1 minute until detonation, 1 minute until 10,000 casualties, 1 minute until you learn that caring was always your weakness. Goodbye, brother. It has been an honor knowing you. The radio went dead. Jack looked ahead, saw the trucks on the bridge, saw the parade beyond, saw everything about to converge in fire and death, and the validation of every cynical belief Vincent Drake held. 1 minute, 60 seconds to stop 3 trucks carrying 10,000 pounds of explosives, 60 seconds to save 10,000 lives, 60 seconds to prove that the system could work, that soldiers mattered, that sacrifice was not wasted. 60 seconds to be the thing Jack Brennan had been his entire life, a soldier who stood between chaos and innocence, who ran toward danger, who refused to quit even when quitting was logical. Jack drove faster, pushed the vehicle past red line, closed the distance. 30 seconds. He could see the drivers now. 3 figures, faces obscured, hands steady on wheels, driving toward death with calm determination. 20 seconds. Jack pulled alongside the lead truck, looked in the window, saw the driver, saw his face. It was Drake, Vincent Drake himself, not commanding from safety, not watching from distance, but driving the lead vehicle, leading his men into death, sacrificing himself with them, proving that his rage was not cowardice, but commitment, that he believed in his cause enough to die for it. Their eyes met. Drake smiled, sad, resigned. This is how it ends, Jack. This is what it takes. See you on the other side, brother. 10 seconds. Jack did not think, could not afford to think, just reacted, jerked his steering wheel hard right, slammed his vehicle into Drake's truck. Both vehicles careening toward the bridge railing, metal screaming, glass shattering, the world tilting as they hit the barrier and broke through and fell toward the river below. 5 seconds. Falling, Jack looked across at Drake and the other truck. Both of them suspended in that moment between action and consequence. Both knowing this was the end, both accepting it, both wondering if any of it had meant anything. 3 seconds. Water rushing up to meet them. Jack closed his eyes, thought about his wife, his son, the 44 men from Charlie Company who died in wars that never quite ended. Thought about Vincent Drake, who could have been great but became broken instead. Thought about systems that failed and men who tried anyway, and the endless weight of doing right when right cost everything. 1 second. Impact. The truck hit water like hitting concrete. Everything smashed, everything broken. Cold water rushing in, darkness closing. Jack struggled to unbuckle, to escape, but his body would not respond. Ribs broken, maybe spine damaged. Just pain and cold and the certainty that this was finally it. The war was over. The wait was done. Rest was coming at last. He heard explosions above, muffled through water. The other 2 trucks detonating. But they were on the bridge, away from the parade, no casualties. Drake had rigged them to explode on impact, which meant Jack hitting him had triggered early detonation, had saved the parade, had stopped the attack. Vincent had lost, or maybe won. Hard to tell anymore. Jack's vision darkened. Water filled his lungs. He let go, finally stopped fighting, finally surrendered. After 34 years of carrying weight, he could rest. Hands grabbed him, pulled him. Michael's voice shouting, "Dad, Dad, stay with me. Do not you dare die, not after everything." Jack wanted to respond, could not, just drifted, floated. somewhere between living and dying where soldiers went when the war finally ended. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was Vincent Drake's truck sinking into the Potomac, disappearing beneath water, taking rage and pain and 30 years of suffering down into depths where no one could follow. Rest well, brother, Jack thought. You earned it. Even if you were wrong, even if you chose darkness, you earned rest. Then nothing. Just silence, just peace, just the end of a story that had lasted too long and cost too much and proved only that some wounds never healed and some wars never ended and some promises could not be kept no matter how hard you tried. But you tried anyway. That was the point. That was all there had ever been. You tried, you fought, you stood. And when standing was no longer possible, you fell doing the right thing instead of living doing the wrong thing. That was enough. That had to be enough because it was all Jack Brennan had left to give. The darkness took him, carried him down. And in that darkness, finally, mercifully, the war ended. At last, white. Everything was white. Not the white of snow or paper, but the antiseptic white of hospitals. The white that smelled like disinfectant in fear, in the slow erosion of bodies that had been pushed too far for too long. Jack Brennan opened his eyes and immediately regretted it. Pain exploded through his chest, his back, every nerve ending screaming that he should not be alive, should not have survived impact with the Potomac, should be resting at the bottom with Vincent Drake instead of lying here in a bed that was too soft in a room that was too quiet. A monitor beeped, steady, rhythmic, proof that his heart still worked even though it felt like someone had driven nails through his ribs. Jack tried to move, could not. Something was holding him down. Not restraints, just damage. His body refusing commands from a brain that had spent 54 years pushing past limits and had finally found the absolute edge. Colonel Brennan, a voice, female, professional, nurse probably. You are awake. Do not try to move. You have 3 broken ribs, a collapsed lung that we are inflated, severe spinal compression, and about a dozen other injuries. You are lucky to be alive. Lucky. Jack would have laughed if laughing did not feel like dying. Instead, he croaked out a single word. Drake? The nurse hesitated. Then, dead. They recovered his body from the river 2 hours after you went in. He did not try to escape. Autopsy showed he could have gotten out of the truck but chose to stay. Chose to drown. I am sorry. Jack closed his eyes, felt something that might have been grief or relief or just exhaustion. Vincent Drake was dead. The threat was over. 10,000 veterans and their families had lived because Jack had made one desperate choice in the space between heartbeats. But the bottom, always the cost. Another brother gone, another ghost added to the collection that followed him everywhere. Your son is outside, the nurse said gently. He has been here since they brought you in. Refused to leave. Slept in the chair. I can let him in if you are up for visitors. Jack nodded, could not speak. Did not trust his voice not to crack with the weight of everything he was feeling. The nurse left. Moments later, Michael entered. His son looked terrible, eyes red, face haggard, still wearing his uniform but covered in river water stains and Potomac mud. He looked like Jack felt, like a man who had watched someone die and could not process whether it was victory or loss. Dad! Michael's voice broke. He crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbed Jack's hand, held it like he was afraid if he let go, Jack would disappear. The doctors said you died. Twice. Said your heart stopped on the bridge and again in the ambulance. Said they should not have been able to bring you back. But you are stubborn. Always were. Jack managed a weak smile. Stubborn is the only thing I am good at. How long have I been out? 4 days. Michael pulled a chair close, sat but did not let go of Jack's hand. They kept you sedated while the lung healed. Said you needed rest or your body would shut down from trauma. Dad, when I pulled you out of that river, when I did CPR while Rodriguez drove us to the hospital, I thought I had lost you. Thought I had wasted 5 years being angry when I should have been your son. I cannot tell you how grateful I am that I get another chance. Jack squeezed Michael's hand, weak but present. You were always my son. Even when you hated me, even when you were right to hate me. I was not a good father, Michael. Was not there for dance recitals or baseball games or any of the things fathers do. Was always deployed or training or locked inside my head with ghosts. You deserve better. No, Michael said firmly. I deserved the father I had, a man who sacrificed everything to protect people, who stood the watch so others could sleep safely. I just could not see it when I was younger. Could not understand that someone had to do the hard things, had to make the impossible choices, had to carry weight that would crush normal people. But I see it now. I understand now. And I am proud to be your son. They sat in silence for a while, father and son, soldiers both, connected by blood and profession and the knowledge that Jack had almost died saving thousands, that Michael had pulled him back from death through sheer determination. That family, however imperfect, mattered more than anger or ideology or any of the things that push people apart. Tell me what happened after, Jack said finally. After I went in, did we get them all? Were there other attacks? Michael shook his head. Just the 3 trucks. You took out Drake's lead vehicle, triggered early detonation on the other 2. They blew up on the bridge, some structural damage, but no casualties. The parade continued. 10,000 veterans marched, completely unaware that they had just been saved. Metro police found Drake's staging area 3 hours later. Enough explosives to level 6 city blocks. Backup plans. Contingencies. He had thought of everything, Dad. Everything except you being willing to die to stop him. Jack thought about Vincent, about the man he had been and the monster he became, about choices and consequences and systems that broke people and called it duty. Is anyone talking about why? About what created Drake? About the abandonment? Michael's face darkened. Some are. General Sykes held a press conference, admitted everything, the prisoners left behind, the classified orders, the decision that some soldiers were expendable. He is facing court-martial, probably prison, but he said he did not care, said the truth mattered more than his career. It has caused a firestorm, Dad. Congressional hearings, investigations, calls for reform. Drake wanted to make people pay attention. In death, he might have succeeded. Good, Jack said quietly. Even if his methods were wrong, his message was right. We cannot keep breaking soldiers and throwing them away. Cannot keep asking for sacrifice and refusing to honor it. If Vincent's death changes that, then maybe it meant something. Maybe all of it meant something. And Michael stood, walked to the window, looked out at Washington beyond. There is something else. They found a letter in Drake's truck, sealed envelope addressed to you. Police wanted to keep it as evidence, but I pulled rank, told them it was personal. Do you want to read it? Jack felt his chest tighten. Not from pain, from anticipation, dread. The knowledge that whatever Vincent had written would hurt in ways bullets never could. Yes, give it to me. Michael retrieved a waterproof envelope from his jacket, handed it to Jack. The handwriting on the front was familiar, despite 30 years. Strong, precise, military. Jack's hands shook as he opened it. Inside was a single page, handwritten. The ink slightly smudged but still legible. Jack read, Brother, if you are reading this, I am dead. Good. That was always how this had to end. Men like me, men who have been broken beyond repair, do not get redemption. Do not get second chances. We get endings. I hope mine was worth something. Hope it saved the people I would have killed. Hope it proved that even rage can have limits, that even monsters can choose when to stop. You were right and I was wrong. About everything, about the system, about redemption, about whether caring was weakness or strength. I spent 30 years letting rage consume me, building weapons out of my pain, planning revenge against people who were just doing their jobs in a broken system. And in the end, what did it accomplish? Nothing except making you risk your life to stop me. Making you prove that the man I used to be, the one who believed in brotherhood, was actually right all along. I am sorry. Sorry I made you choose between your duty and our friendship. Sorry I became the enemy when I should have been your brother. Sorry I wasted 30 years that could have been spent healing instead of destroying. Most of all, I am sorry I did not come home, did not trust that you would have helped me, did not believe that the system could change. You proved me wrong, Jack, by being willing to die for people who did not even know they needed saving, by choosing sacrifice over safety, by being the man you always were, the best of us. Do not mourn me. Do not carry guilt for my choices. You saved me every way I could be saved, pulled me from firefights, kept me sane in the cage, refused to give up on me even when I had given up on myself. The fact that I chose darkness instead of accepting your light is not your failure. It is mine, and I own it. Accept it. Go to my death knowing that at least I stopped myself before I became completely irredeemable. Tell the world what happened to us. Tell them about the prisoners left behind, about the soldiers discarded when they became inconvenient, about systems that use men up and throw them away. Make them hear it. Make them change it. That is your mission now, Jack. Not to save me, I am past saving, but to save the next generation. To make sure no other Vincent Drake gets created because the VA is underfunded and politicians do not care. And society moves on while veterans drown in suffering alone. You stood the watch, brother. For 34 years, you stalled it. Now let someone else take a turn. Rest. Heal. Be a father to Michael. Be the grandfather I never got to be. Live the life I threw away. And when you finally join me, whenever that is, I will be waiting. I will apologize again, and we will be brothers again. Not broken, not angry, just two old soldiers who did the best they could in an impossible situation. Thank you for trying to save me. Thank you for being my friend. Thank you for proving that honor and duty and sacrifice still means something in a world that has forgotten what those words cost. Rest well, Jack. You have earned it. Your brother always, Vincent. Not good. Jack finished reading, folded the letter carefully, placed it on the table beside his bed. His vision was blurry, not from injury, from tears that he did not bother hiding. Michael moved back to the bedside, put his hand on Jack's shoulder. He knew, Michael said quietly. At the end, he knew what he had become, knew it was wrong, chose to stop himself rather than let you be the one to kill him. That is not nothing, Dad. That is redemption of a kind. Jack nodded, could not speak, just sat with the weight of it. The knowledge that Vincent Drake had been broken but not completely destroyed, that some part of his friend had survived the rage and suffering and had made one last choice, to die in a way that saved lives instead of taking them, to force Jack to be the hero instead of the executioner, to protect their brotherhood even from beyond death. The door opened. General Sykes entered. He looked 20 years older than when Jack had last seen him. Gray, diminished, a man carrying weight that had finally crushed him. Colonel Brennan, I am glad you are awake. We need to talk. Jack looked at him. At this man who had left Vincent behind, who had carried that guilt for 30 years, who had finally chosen truth over career. What is there to say, General? You told the truth. You are facing the consequences. That is more than most men in your position would do. Sykes pulled up a chair, sat heavily. I came to apologize, not for what I did, that cannot be undone, but for not doing it sooner, for letting pride and fear and career concerns prevent me from admitting the truth. Vincent Drake was created by my silence as much as by his suffering. If I had spoken up 30 years ago, if I had fought harder to bring him home, none of this would have happened. That is on me. Jack studied him, saw genuine remorse, genuine pain. It is on all of us, General. On a system that makes impossible choices routine, on a country that celebrates military service in speeches but cuts VA funding and budgets, on every person who thanks soldiers for their service and then looks away when those soldiers are suffering. You made a bad call, but you were following orders, operating in a system that valued some lives over others. The real question is whether we change that system, whether Vincent's death means something. Sykes nodded slowly. The hearings start next week. Senate Armed Services Committee. They want me to testify. Want to know how this happened. How a decorated soldier became a terrorist. How we lost track of him for 30 years. I am going to tell them everything, Jack. Every decision, every order, every moment where we chose politics over people. It will destroy what is left of my career. Probably send me to prison. But it needs to be said. Needs to be on the record. So the next generation knows what not to do. Good, Jack said. Then Vincent was right. His death changed something, made people listen. That is what he wanted, not revenge, attention, acknowledgement that the system failed, that soldiers deserve better. There is more, Sykes said. The president wants to meet with you, wants to award you the Medal of Honor for stopping the attack, for saving 10,000 lives. The ceremony is in 3 months if you are healthy enough. I told him you would probably refuse. that you do not care about medals or recognition. But I also told him you should accept that people need to see what real heroism looks like. Not speeches and photo ops, but sacrifice. The willingness to die for others. Jack closed his eyes, thought about medals, about the collection gathering dust in his footlocker, about how meaningless they felt compared to the weight of the men who died earning them. I will accept. Not for me, for Vincent. So when they put that medal around my neck, I can tell the president to his face that it should have been Vincent receiving it, that we failed him, that medals do not mean anything if we do not honor the men who never got to wear them. Sykes smiled, sad but genuine. That is exactly why you deserve it, Colonel, because you understand that it is not about you. Never was. He stood. I will let you rest. But Jack, one more thing. I read Vincent's letter, the one he left you. I hope you know he was wrong about one thing. You did not just try to save him, you succeeded. Maybe not in keeping him alive, but in proving that brotherhood survives death. That caring matters, that the system can change if enough people care enough to change it. That is the legacy you are leaving, not the missions or the medals, but the proof that good men still exist in a world that tries very hard to break them. Sykes left. Jack lay back against the pillows, exhausted, every part of him hurt. Body, mind, soul. But something else too, something that felt almost like peace. The mission was over. Vincent was at rest. The truth was being told. 10,000 people were alive because Jack had made one desperate choice. It had to be enough, had to mean something. The days blurred together after that. Surgery to repair damage the initial treatment had missed. Physical therapy that was torture disguised as healing. Visitors, Cross came. Patterson and Rodriguez, Chen, recovered enough to travel, moving slow but alive. They sat with Jack, told war stories, laughed at things that were not funny, did what soldiers did when one of their own was down. They stood beside him. Romano came with 30 veterans, old men who had watched from observation posts, who had helped track Drake's trucks, who had been part of stopping the attack even though most people would never know their names. They stood in Jack's hospital room, saluted, did not speak, did not need to. The salute said everything. Respect, gratitude, brotherhood. Jack returned the salute from his bed, crisp despite the pain. These men understood. They knew. 3 weeks passed. Jack was finally cleared to leave the hospital. Michael helped him walk out, slow, using a cane. Every step reminding Jack that he was 54 years old and had pushed his body past its limits one too many times. But he was walking. That was something. That was more than many men got. A car waited outside. Cross at the wheel. "Where are we going?" Jack asked. Michael smiled. "Somewhere you need to see." They drove to Arlington, through the gates of the cemetery where thousands of American soldiers rested under white headstones that stretched to the horizon. The car stopped at a section near the back. Michael helped Jack out. They walked slowly to a grave marked with a simple stone. Fresh dirt. Recent burial. Vincent Drake. The stone read, Corporal, United States Marine Corps, Gulf War, Somalia, 1970-2024. He stood the watch. Jack stared at it, at the words, at the fact that Vincent had been buried with full military honors despite what he had tried to do, despite becoming the enemy. The system had recognized him as a soldier first, a terrorist second. That mattered. That meant something. "We fought to get him this," Michael said quietly. Military funeral, burial at Arlington. It took 3 weeks of paperwork and arguing with bureaucrats who said he did not deserve it. But General Sykes pushed it through. Said Vincent Drake served honorably for 4 years before the system failed him. Said his service mattered regardless of what came after. Said this was the least we could do. Jack knelt beside his grave, ignored the pain in his knees, his back, his chest, placed his hand on the stone. Cold, permanent, final. "I brought you home, Vincent. Took 30 years longer than it should have. But you are home now. Rest well, brother. Your war is over." He stayed there for a long time. Michael standing behind him, Cross waiting by the car. Just an old soldier saying goodbye to a friend, to a brother, to the man who saved his life and whom Jack could not save in return. But at least Vincent was here, at Arlington, beside other soldiers who understood sacrifice and duty and the unbearable weight of wearing the uniform. That was something. That had to be enough. They drove back to the hotel where Jack was staying until he was healthy enough to fly home to Montana. Michael stayed with him. They spent the evenings talking, really talking for the first time in years, about Michael's tours in Afghanistan, about the firefights and the fear, and the way combat changed you in ways that civilians could not understand, about Jack's time in the Gulf and Somalia, about the prison camp and the torture, and Vincent Drake keeping him sane through walls that could not stop voices, about family, about Michael's mother, who had loved Jack despite his flaws, who had died too young, who had made Michael promise to reconcile with his father before it was too late, about how Michael had broken that promise for 5 years until Drake forced them back together, about the future, about what Michael wanted to do now that he understood both war and peace, now that he had seen his father risk everything for strangers. "I want to work with veterans," Michael said on the 5th night. They were sitting in the hotel room, Jack by the window, Michael on the couch, Chinese takeout containers scattered on the table between them. "I want to be a psychologist, help soldiers transition back to civilian life, make sure what happened to Drake does not happen to others, use my experience to bridge the gap between those who served and those who did not." Jack felt pride surge through him. "That is good work, important work. You will be good at it." "I learned from the best," Michael said. "Learned that caring is not weakness, that standing the watch matters, that some things are worth dying for." "You taught me that, Dad, by being willing to die for it instead of just talking about it." Jack looked at his son, at this man who looked so much like him, who had chosen the same path despite every reason not to, who understood duty not because it was taught, but because it was lived. "I am proud of you, Michael, proud of the man you became, proud that you chose to serve even when you did not have to, proud that you pulled your stubborn father out of a river and refused to let him die. Thank you for that, for giving me more time." Michael's eyes glistened. "You are welcome, Dad, but you need to use that time well, need to rest, heal. Stop trying to save the world and let the world take care of you for once." Jack smiled. "I will try. No promises. But I will try." 6 weeks after the Potomac, Jack was healed enough to travel. Michael drove him to the airport. They stood at the gate, father and son, both knowing this might be the last time they saw each other. Jack's injuries had healed, but had taken something permanent. His heart, his lungs. The doctors said he had maybe 5 years if he was careful, less if he was not. Jack had never been careful. "Stay in touch," Jack said. "Call, write. Do not let another 5 years pass." "I will not," Michael promised. "And Dad, thank you for everything, for being the man you are, for showing me what it means to truly serve. I will make you proud." "You already have," Jack said, then pulled his son into an embrace, held him tight, let himself feel the love and pride and hope that he had spent too many years suppressing. Then let go, walked through the gate, did not look back because looking back made leaving harder and leaving was necessary. Montana waited, peace waited, whatever time remained waited. The ranch was exactly as he had left it, empty, quiet, full of memories. Jack moved through it slowly, putting things in order, not for himself, for whoever came after. He wrote letters to Michael, to Cross and Patterson and Rodriguez, to Doc Williams and Ray Martinez, the last survivors of Charlie Company beside himself, to General Sykes facing court-martial, to everyone who had mattered. He visited the VFW hall, sat with Doc and Ray, 3 old men who had survived when better men had not. They did not talk about Drake, did not need to. They understood without words, just sat together, drank beer that tasted like nothing, existed in the space that old soldiers occupied when the wars were finally over, and all that remained was the weight of having survived. Dana Wright called him, the reporter from the Washington Post who had been covering the Drake story. She wanted an interview, wanted Jack to tell his side, to explain what happened, why Vincent became what he became, what needed to change. Jack agreed, not because he wanted attention, but because Vincent's letter had been right. The story needed to be told. The truth needed to be on record, so future generations understood the cost of abandoning soldiers, the danger of breaking men and calling it training. The interview ran on the front page. 10,000 words. Everything. The prison camp, the abandonment, Vincent's 30 years in shadows, the Mexico ambush, the Potomac, Jack's words about systemic failure and the need for reform. It was read by millions, sparked debates, drove the congressional hearings deeper, created momentum for change. The Medal of Honor ceremony happened 3 months after the Potomac. Jack flew back to Washington, stood in the White House while the president placed the medal around his neck, while politicians applauded, while cameras flashed. And when it was done, when the formal part ended, Jack asked for the microphone, asked to say a few words. The president looked uncertain but agreed. Jack stood at the podium, medal heavy around his neck, looked out at the assembled crowd, at generals and senators and bureaucrats who made decisions about soldiers' lives from comfortable offices. "This medal does not belong to me," Jack said. His voice was quiet but firm. "It belongs to Vincent Drake, Corporal, United States Marine Corps, a man who saved my life 7 times, who was captured and left behind because some general decided he was not valuable enough to rescue, who spent 3 years being tortured while we went on with our lives, who came home broken and was ignored by a system that created him and then discarded him. Vincent Drake became a terrorist, that is true, but we made him one, by abandoning him, by failing to provide the care he needed, by treating soldiers as disposable resources instead of human beings who deserve support after their service ends." The room was silent, uncomfortable, people shifting in their seats. "I accept this medal," Jack continued, "but I do it in Vincent's memory, as a reminder that every soldier matters, that we cannot keep breaking men and throwing them away, that the price of freedom is not just blood on battlefields. It is care when the battles are over. It is keeping promises. It is standing the watch for our veterans the way they stood it for us. If this medal means anything, let it mean that we finally learned that lesson, that we finally changed, that we finally honor the sacrifice by actually taking care of those who sacrificed." He stepped away from the podium. The applause was scattered, uncertain, but some people stood, then more, until the room was standing, not because they agreed, but because Jack had said what needed to be said, had used his moment to speak truth to power, had honored his brother the only way left. Afterward, the president pulled Jack aside. "That was not the speech I expected, Colonel." Jack met his eyes. "I know, sir, but it was the speech that needed to be given. If you want to honor me, honor every veteran. Fund the VA, reform the system, make sure what happened to Vincent Drake never happens again. That is how you thank me for my service." The president nodded slowly. "I will try. No promises, but I will try." "That is all I ask," Jack said, then left. Flew back to Montana, back to his ranch, back to the life he had left. But something was different now. The nightmares had stopped. For the first time in 31 years, Jack slept through the night, did not wake at 0300 hours, did not dream of cages and interrogators and screaming in the dark. Vincent's death had freed him, had ended the war that never stopped, had proven that sacrifice meant something even when everything else was broken. Jack could rest now, could let go, could finally accept that he had done enough, given enough, survived enough. Michael visited for Thanksgiving, brought a woman named Sarah, a psychologist he had met at the VA hospital where he now worked. They were serious, planning to marry. Jack gave his blessing, watched them together and saw hope, saw the possibility of healing across generations, saw that not all soldiers' children had to carry their father's wounds. "Sarah is pregnant," Michael told Jack on the last day of the visit, "due in March, a girl. We are going to name her Emily, after Mom. I wanted you to know, wanted you to meet your granddaughter before she is born, wanted her to know her grandfather is a hero." Jack felt tears again, seemed to cry more now than he had in 30 years. "I'm not a hero, Michael, just a man who did his job." "That is what heroes say, Dad." Sarah smiled. "Thank you for raising this man, for teaching him what matters, for being the kind of father who shows rather than tells." Jack looked at her, at this woman who would marry his son, who would give him a grandchild, who represented future and healing, and the possibility that family could survive war. Take care of him. He tries to save everyone, forgets to save himself sometimes. "I will," Sarah promised. "And you take care of yourself too. Emily needs her grandfather around, needs to hear stories, needs to know where she came from." "I will do my best," Jack said, though his heart was struggling, though the doctors had warned him that the damage from the Potomac was progressive. That time was limited. He did not tell Michael this, did not want to burden his son. would take whatever time remained and use it well. The years passed. Jack lived simply, tended his ranch, worked with local veterans, taught firearms safety, tried to be useful, tried to make his remaining time matter. The nightmare stayed away. Vincent's ghost was at peace finally, and so, slowly, was Jack. Emily was born in March. Jack flew to Virginia, held his granddaughter, this tiny thing barely 8 pounds, looked at her face and saw the future, saw hope, saw the possibility that the cycle could be broken, that soldiers' families did not have to carry war from generation to generation. "She has your eyes, Dad," Michael said, his voice full of wonder and joy and the exhaustion of new fatherhood. "I hope she has your courage too." Jack smiled, held Emily close. "She does not need courage. She needs peace. She needs a world where her father comes home every night, where war is something in history books, not living rooms. That is what we fought for, Michael. Not for her to be like us, for her to be better than us, to never need to learn what we learned." He gave Emily back to her father, watched Michael hold her with such care, such love, and felt something settle in his chest. Satisfaction, completion, the knowledge that whatever he had done, whatever mistakes he had made, his son was whole, his granddaughter would be safe, the line would continue. That was enough, more than enough. It was everything. Jack flew back to Montana, back to his ranch. His heart was weakening. The doctors had been clear. Months, maybe. A year if he was lucky. He did not tell anyone, did not want tears or pity, just wanted to live out whatever time remained on his own terms. He spent his days on the porch, watching the land, reading, thinking. Doc Williams and Ray Martinez visited one last time, the final members of Charlie Company. They sat together. Silent mostly, shared understanding. They were the last 3 who remembered, who carried the weight, who understood what the photograph on Jack's mantle meant. "We are the only ones left now," Doc said. "Everyone else is gone. Drake is gone. Soon we will be gone too." Jack nodded. "That is how it works. But we are leaving something behind, a story, a warning, a reminder that soldiers are not tools. They are men, and men deserve to be cared for." "You think anything changed?" Ray asked. "Think all this mattered?" Jack looked out at the Montana landscape, at beauty that persisted despite everything humans did to destroy it. "I think Vincent's death forced conversations that needed to happen. I think the hearings led to reforms. I think maybe, just maybe, the next generation of soldiers will be treated better. Get the help they need, not be abandoned when they become inconvenient. That is not nothing. That is everything we fought for." They sat until sunset. Then Doc and Ray left, drove away into the evening. Jack watched them go, knew he would not see them again. That was okay. They had said goodbye without saying the word. Soldiers understood. 7 years after the Potomac. Jack woke on a morning in late September. The sun was rising, the air was cold, beautiful. He walked out onto the porch, sat in his chair, looked at the land he had loved for 30 years, felt his heart struggling, slowing, preparing to stop. He thought about his life, about the wars and the wounds and the weight, about Vincent Drake and Charlie Company and all the men who died too young, about Michael and Sarah and Emily, about the fact that he had lived to be 54, had seen his granddaughter, had told the truth, had made some small difference. That was enough. The sun climbed higher. Jack's breathing slowed. His heart stuttered, then stopped. Gentle, peaceful, no pain, just the slow fade into darkness, into rest, into the end of a war that had lasted 34 years. He died in his chair, facing the sunrise, a soldier who had stood the watch his entire life, who had finally been relieved of duty. The funeral was at Arlington, full military honors, flag-draped coffin, 21-gun salute, taps played by a bugler who had never known Jack but understood what the notes meant. Hundreds attended, soldiers, veterans, contractors he had trained, people whose lives he had saved on the Potomac without ever knowing their names. Michael gave the eulogy, spoke through tears about a father who had chosen duty over comfort, who had saved thousands, who had proved that one man could still make a difference, who had showed his son what it meant to truly serve. They buried Jack beside Vincent Drake, 2 brothers reunited in death, their headstones matching, simple, dignified, saying everything that needed to be said. Jack Brennan, Colonel, United States Marine Corps, Gulf War, Somalia, 1970-2024. He stood the watch. Michael placed flowers on both graves. His daughter Emily, now 7 years old, stood beside him. She did not remember her grandfather well, had only met him a few times, but she would grow up knowing his story, knowing what he stood for, knowing that her grandfather had been a hero not because he killed enemies, but because he saved friends, because he cared when caring was hard, because he stood when standing cost everything. The ceremony ended. People dispersed, but Michael stayed, sat on the ground between the two graves, his father on one side, Drake on the other. Two men who should have grown old together, who should have spent their final years telling war stories and laughing at things no one else understood, who instead had died in violence, separated by 30 years but united by brotherhood that transcended death. "Dad," Michael said quietly, "I know you can hear me. I know you are watching. I want you to know that I am continuing your work. I am helping veterans heal. I am making sure they get the care you and Drake did not get. I am changing the system from inside, making it better, making it care. That is my mission now, my way of honoring you." He stood, saluted both graves, then walked away, leaving his father and Vincent Drake to their rest, to whatever peace soldiers found after the wars ended. Doc Williams and Ray Martinez came later. After everyone else left, they stood at Jack's grave, two old men who had survived an impossible war, who carried memories no one else carried, who understood what Charlie Company had cost. "We are the last ones now," Doc said. "Everyone else is gone." Ray nodded, placed his hand on the headstone. "Rest well, Jack. You earned it. You stood the watch longer than any man should have had to. Now let us stand it for you." They saluted, held it for a full minute, then lowered their hands, walked away. Two survivors carrying the weight of a unit that had died in deserts and prisons and rivers. Carrying the stories, making sure the truth did not die with the men who lived it. The years rolled on. The congressional reforms passed. The VA was reformed. Funding increased. Programs created for soldiers transitioning from service. Mental health care improved. Soldiers were treated as humans instead of tools. Not perfectly, never perfectly, but better, measurably better. And when reporters asked why, when they investigated what had driven the changes, they found the same name again and again. Vincent Drake, the terrorist who forced America to confront how it treated veterans. Jack Brennan, the colonel who gave his life to stop Drake while honoring his message. Books were written, documentaries made. The story of Charlie Company became legend. The 44 men who died, the 3 who survived, the 2 who met again in Mexico and Washington, the brotherhood that survived even betrayal and death. Michael Brennan became a leading voice in veteran affairs. Sarah worked beside him. Together they helped thousands of soldiers heal, find purpose, reintegrate into society. They told their clients about Jack, about how he had survived horrors and still chose caring over bitterness, how he had stood the watch even when the cost was unbearable. Emily grew up knowing her grandfather through stories, through the Medal of Honor displayed in her father's office, through the photograph of Charlie Company that Michael kept on his desk, through the legacy of a man who had refused to quit even when quitting was the only logical choice. She became a psychologist too, worked with military families, helped children cope with parents deployed in wars she barely understood, carried on the work her grandfather and father had started. 3 generations dedicated to healing the wounds that war created. And sometimes late at night when she was alone in her office, Emily would look at the photograph of Charlie Company, at the 47 young men who had no idea what was coming, at Jack Brennan in the back row, at Vincent Drake beside him, both smiling, both alive, both brothers. And she would understand, finally understand what her father had tried to explain, that war did not end when the shooting stopped, that some wounds never healed, that the price of freedom was paid not just in battles but in decades of suffering afterward, that her grandfather had stood the watch not for glory or recognition but because someone had to, because standing was what soldiers did. She would salute the photograph, a civilian salute, imperfect but heartfelt, then go back to work, helping veterans heal, changing the system, making sure that the next generation did not have to pay the same price her grandfather's generation had paid. That was the legacy, Not the medals or the ceremonies or the headlines, but the work, the caring, the refusal to abandon people who had served, the commitment to standing the watch for those who had once stood it for everyone else. Jack Brennan would have approved, would have smiled and said it was about time, would have gone back to his porch and his sunrise in the peace he had earned after 34 years of war. Because in the end, that was what it was all about. Not the fighting, not the killing, not even the dying, but the living that came after, the healing that was possible if people cared enough to make it happen, the hope that broken things could be repaired if someone was willing to do the work. Jack had done the work. So had Vincent in his own tragic way. Together they had forced change, had made people pay attention, had proved that soldiers mattered even when the system said they did not. That was enough. That was everything. That was the last stand of Charlie Company. Not a single battle, but a 34-year war fought in deserts and prisons, in government offices, and finally in the hearts of people who decided that maybe, just maybe, veterans deserve better. The sun set over Arlington. The headstones glowed in the fading light. Jack Brennan and Vincent Drake resting side by side. Brothers reunited. The watch finally ended. The weight finally lifted. He stood the watch. The words on both headstones. Simple, true, containing everything that needed to be said about two men who had given everything for a country that did not always give back, but was learning, slowly, imperfectly, but learning. And that learning was the final victory, the proof that sacrifice meant something, that standing the watch mattered, that even broken soldiers could change the world if they stood together. Charlie Company, 44 men dead, 3 survivors, 2 buried at Arlington. The story complete at last. The war finally over. The watch finally ended. The stars came out over Washington, over the graves of thousands of soldiers who had stood the watch throughout American history, who had given years or lives or souls to protect a country that struggled to understand the cost. Jack Brennan was among them now. Another name, another story, another reminder that freedom was never free, that someone always paid, that the price was always higher than politicians admitted, but also that the price was worth paying, that standing mattered, that duty and honor and sacrifice were not empty words but lived truths that separated civilization from chaos. That was the message, the lesson, the thing that could not be forgotten even when everyone who remembered was dead. Some things mattered more than survival, more than comfort, more than safety. Some things were worth dying for, worth suffering for, worth carrying unbearable weight for. And when Jack Brennan took his last breath on that Montana porch, when he finally let go after 54 years of holding on, he died knowing that his life had meant something, that his service had mattered, that his sacrifice had changed things. That was enough. That was everything. That was the last stand of Charlie Company. A story that would echo through generations, a reminder carved in stone, a promise kept even beyond death. He stood the watch, and now he could rest. Forever. At last. The end.